tournament. It's home away from home for me, and more recently my co-commentator Jassy Marik.
Yes, Jovan, really happy to be here as always as we get prepared to see a Deep South derby. I like the way you put that. Moruga FC taking on Deportivo PF, two teams with contrasting fortunes in this competition so far. PF really certainly of late finding their feet in this tournament, while the Moruga FC team still searching for a first point, and hopefully they'll get it right at the very end of round number 1.
Yeah, a really good game here for both teams. Moruga FC with the brain trust, so to speak, Dylan Maskell back on the touchline for the second week in a row against a very tough opponent. They have Deportivo PF, who are up into the top 4 this week.
Yeah, and when you look at the lineups on either side, which we'll get to in further detail, certainly some really interesting storylines as well as we get into this one. It's Deportivo PF coming up against Moruga FC in game 1 of your Saturday afternoon doubleheader here at the Arima Velodrome. But before we get to that, let's take a look back at what transpired last night at the Phase 2 La Hoqueta ground in Arima as well, not just a stone's throw away from this venue. And of course, we had 2 matches on. So this was Central Soccer World in the first encounter taking on Kunupia FC, and chances for either side throughout as they look to break the shackles in this one. However, it would be Central Soccer World that would find the breakthrough, and this was the moment that they had been longing for. That man there, Nicholas Dillon, who came on to such great effect in their previous match, inspiring them to a win over Central FC, and this time he got the goal via a rebound from Theophilus Bond's initial effort, and then a rebound in despite the desperate attempts on the goal line there by the defender from Kunupia FC. They continue to try to press to find something in this one, but it would eventually end up 1-0 despite not at all some not bad efforts. This was Born again on the rampage, forcing a save before it was eventually cleared, and of course that meant that they were still searching for something to give them a bit of insurance in this one, Central Soccer World, as it went up the other end, forcing a goal there, it seemed, but that one was ruled out in the end. Central Soccer World continuing to press. Born again finding some space behind the Kunupia FC defense, that time thwarted by their goalkeeper, and they really continue to come forward, driving forward relentlessly against Kunupia FC, a team which previously in this competition seemed to really have their ducks in a row, but they struggled last evening, coming away with a 1-0 defeat. Central Soccer World winning that one.
In the second match, the Terminix La Hoqueta Rangers took on AC Port of Spain. It was a really interesting match. There the Rangers coming forward, and that was the opening goal there, scored by Kadeem Corbin in the 51st. Apologies. Really a good strike there to put them in front. AC Port of Spain came the other way.
AC Port of Spain continuing to try to find something, and of course that goal that we saw earlier was actually scored by Daniel David. That was the second one to put La Hoqueta Rangers 2-0 up on their home ground, but AC Port of Spain continued coming forward, trying, and this I believe was the item scored by Sadale McLean, last week's hat-trick hero for AC Port of Spain, as they tried to rally to come back against the top team, Terminix La Hoqueta Rangers. That goal scored there by McLean in the 67th minute, and they continued to try the visiting, so to speak, team from the West Side, AC Port of Spain. This one would really and truly come down in the end to the defense and the goalkeeping on either side before the home team, Terminix La Hoqueta Rangers, walked away with a quite comfortable 2-1 win that sees them remain sitting comfortably at the top of the Ascension tournament standings, despite the best efforts of Che Benny and company for AC Port of Spain. And of course, this one really entertained all gathered from start to finish. The home team continuing to press and then eventually coming away with that 2-1 win.
Yeah, really good showing from the Rangers, despite playing one of the unformed teams in the tournament. ACPOS, of course, with those back-to-back wins between one of the teams in action this afternoon, Moruga FC. Now it's time to take a look at how these teams stand in the Ascension League as we head into the final couple games of this first round. Before that, though, we'll listen to the interviews before this match from players from Deportivo PF and Moruga FC.
That Moruga, no walkovers.
Darby, I like the way you put that. You know, going into this match, you know, two southern teams, deep south, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah,
I guess, you know, how is your team, especially for a young unit? How is that team, you know, getting ready for the challenge?
Well, really and truly, we just seen it as everybody winning their own battles. We bounce up these players from time to time. We played on several teams alongside the Deportivo players, so we're looking for bragging rights. We want to walk the streets of San Fernando, Moruga, even Point Fortin, and be proud and say, yo, we beat all you. That we want to do.
And my last question to you, you know, going into today's match to end the first round of this competition, how have you personally found the experience playing in this Ascension tournament?
Well, this is not my first time. I played the last edition of the tournament in Division 2. It's a contrast because I was a winner the last time, and this time the different end of the table. But in football, it's just about experience and trying to cope and learn from it. And in my closing remarks, I'd like to say we're coming out here and we're looking to get a positive result.
All the best to Moruga FC today.
I thank you.
Deportivo Point Fortin today, represented by Jordan Riley, going into this match to end the round. You know, and of course you're building steam. 3 wins in the last 3. What's the mindset going in today?
No, well, you know, we're going to keep the same mindset going into this game today. You know, we playing Moruga today. People will say, you know, that they're on the bottom of the table, but we are not seeing it as that. We are seeing them as a team that is in the tournament. And you know, the football is played on the day when the referee blows the final whistle, then we could say, well, yes, we won. But at the end of the day, we're going out there today to get the same fight that we have been given throughout the last few games, and we're, you know, looking to come out victorious.
The run that we've seen Deportivo on climbing to 4th after a not so great start, you know, built on a foundation of great defense, several shutouts, you know, tell me about that, and I guess how the setup is really geared towards keeping clean sheets.
Well, you know, as Coach always said, they can't win if they don't score, so, you know, we really work hard on defense, because, you know, that is a very important part of the game, because if the forwards are getting the job done, the defender just have to, you know, make sure and keep the shutout, as you said. So, you know, we're going into the game today to really keep that clean sheet run going.
This team has one of, if not the most experienced midfield in Pacheco, Houghton Hector, Nathaniel Garcia. Some of them joined a little bit later on. What's it like for a player like yourself, you know, playing alongside these legends of local football?
Yes, well, you know, I must say, you know, they really help us in training. You know, they make sure and push us in training. You know, they are the strict old boys of the team. You know, on this game they always go out and, you know, they give their all. So at the end of the day, you know, we as the younger support for them, we have to just, you know, take the instructions that they are giving us and put it out on the field.
finally the round comes to an end today, but obviously it's a chance to get 3 points for Deportivo and possibly move a little bit higher up the table. Where do you see this team going if they get that momentum going into the second round? Where do you see this team finishing?
Well, you know, I really see us finishing, if not in the top 3 first on the table, because at the end of the day, you know, as you said, we're building momentum. And if it comes down to goal difference, today's a day that, you know, we're going out there to really, you know, raise the goal tally. So I must tell Moruga, look out, we come in.
All right, thank you very much, Jordan Riley, Deportivo Point Fortin.
An ominous warning there from Jordan Riley, telling Moruga to look out on this afternoon's match at the Arima Velodrome. But now let's take a look at the standings just to see where these teams are. We have a top 4 team playing a team at the very bottom of the table. Those standings will be here shortly. At the top, very top, Terminix Locator Rangers on 23 points. Defense Force are second on 20. Police FC are third on 18. And today's first team, Deportivo PF, are fourth on 14 points. Kunupi FC are fifth on 13. ACPOS 6th on 10. Real Westfort are 7th on 9. Central FC are 8th on 7. Central Soccer World or CSW are 9th on 5. And Moruga FC are at the bottom. They haven't been able to get any points yet. Hopefully they can do that this afternoon, Jassy.
Well, both teams have sent their sounded the warning towards each other this afternoon, and to that effect, here's how they'll approach this afternoon's encounter as we'll take a look at the starting lineups for either team, Deportivo Point Fortin as well as Moruga FC, here at the Arima Velodrome. For Moruga FC, starting up front, Keon Karode, and of course right behind him will be Shane King, Akini Karode on the flanks, and interestingly Ren Hector, whose brother Houghton will be on the Point Fortin bench this afternoon. Of course, they'll also have Joshua Ragu and Jesnel Dunton, who we heard from earlier in that midfield. Tyrese Reefer, Akil Phillip, Carl Spencer, and Kervel Turner, Darren Moore will be the defense, and Kervel Turner returns in goal. We saw him receiving a red card, which was eventually rescinded last weekend, and of course, rightfully so, by referee Jassy McDonald, who justified it with pointing to a particular rule that has come into effect in local football, or rather in international football, that sort of spares teams what they call the triple punishment of having a player sent off, having a red card shown, as well as having a suspension. Take a look at the Deportivo lineup now. And of course, as always, in goal for them, Marvin Phillip, the captain. Andre Etienne and Ronald Paul will continue their solid defensive partnership. Luke Cornwall also retains his starting position. But last weekend's man of the match, Isaiah Garcia is out. Jeremiah Keza is in that right fullback position. Martion Watson and Isaiah Hudson will anchor their midfield, while Nathaniel Garcia will play in a more advanced role. And of course, they'll also revamp their wings as well. Ezekiel Keza is in, as well as Jordan Riley, with Akinola Gregory leading the line. We'll take a quick break and return with kickoff here in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago this Saturday afternoon. Deportivo Point Fortin taking on Moruga FC.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for the carnival if you'll interview me.
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
Some final inspiration for both teams there in the huddles there at the center of this pitch, waiting the start of this match. There is a buzz in the air from both sides. Moruga, of course, have it all to do against one of the tougher teams in the tournament, a team really on the rise, Jassy.
Certainly, Jovan, of course, we look to see with bated breath how both of these teams will take on this affair. One thing I am pleased to see is a little bit more greenery on the surface than in previous weeks. Hopefully it lends itself to some neat play here at the Arima Velodrome as we see referee Keelan Bacchus just about gets us on the way. Deportivo Point 14 in their orange and blue with a bit of a splash of white in there as well. Moruga FC, they'll be attacking from left to right on your screen, and they'll be donned in that unmistakable fluorescent and white uniform with royal blue socks. This is a throw-in now for Deportivo on that right side, and it's taken by one of their incoming players this week, Jeremiah Keza. So they've taken the opportunity against a team, Deportivo Point 14, that has conceded 37 goals already in this competition, to sort of give other players a look in, hoping that they can get the job done against the team that currently sits at the very bottom of the Ascension tournament standings.
A plus for Moruga is that they don't have to play what was a very strong Deportivo PF team that we saw last weekend. And here they are making the best of their opportunity so far. Good looking hustle there from the Moruga team. Depor able to clear. Not for long. It's a bit of a tussle in the midfield.
Here they come along that right side with Ezekiel Keza. Ahead of him is their point man, Akinola Gregory. But he earns a corner kick as instructed by Keelan Bacchus. A double last week for that man on screen, Akinola Gregory. A first half double as well, and he'll be hoping to have similar fortunes today as he also scored that double and was able to get some minutes on the bench, having done his task dutifully.
Yeah, it started very quickly last week, did Gregory. He'll be hoping to do the same. This corner comes in, eludes everyone. It's at the last post. Back on top with Garcia.
Slipping it towards the back post where Andre Etienne had come forward, but it's well defended, and here come now Moruga FC. They'll be mindful that in their 4 wins this season, Deportivo Point 14, they've kept 4 clean sheets in all of their 4 wins. So Moruga certainly will have a time of it trying to break this defense down. In fact, Deportivo has only been breached 7 times in this competition, while they've scored 14 goals themselves. So they're not among the highest goal scorers in terms of from a team's perspective in this competition, but certainly they know how to keep clean sheets, and that will be crucial to anything they do today by way of trying to steal 3 points. Here they come now. It's a good ball forward, and this is Ezekiel Keza, and there we have our opening goal. Kerville Turner slow to advance, and Keza picked his spot, rolled it in, and just like that, in the 4th minute, as they did last weekend as well, Deportivo Point 14 have gone 1-0 up.
Yeah, very quick start for Depor PF. They did say they came here to score goals, and they're off the mark in about the same minutes as they did last weekend when they racked up a 4-0 win. A little too easy for Moruga's liking, this ball to Keza. Yards of space in front of him, and he just rolls it past Kerville Turner in the Moruga goal. Neat finish. Good start for Depor PF. Signs maybe to be worried by this Moruga team.
So already, even without the experience of Andre Pacheco and Houghton Hector in that starting lineup, even Isaiah Garcia storming forward as we've come to enjoy in this competition from his right wing-back position. Deportivo Point Fortin so far comfortable and able to take an early lead in this one. Certainly they'll be looking to increase that tally as this 90 minutes progresses. Here they come along the left is Justin Cornwall. Ahead of him is Riley and the goal scorer Keza, who can't quite get it under control, and it's back now to Turner in goal for Moruga. Good distribution. And this is a good ball over the top, releasing Akini Larode. Controls it, swings it. It's a bit heavy, but it's coming now to that man arriving on the opposite side, Shane King. He blasts it over bar. So Moruga FC able to come forward despite conceding early on. A quite encouraging attack, that one.
Yeah, good signs from them. They haven't dropped their heads despite going down to what is their 30th goal in this tournament so far. They will have to focus against this Depot PF team, and as it's sometimes said, the best way to defend is to continue attacking.
Ronald Paul brings it forward for Deportivo, surveys his options. That was aimed at Kiza. Free kick to Moruga FC for that foul on Akini Larode. Was body checked off of it by Martion Watson. Carl Spencer can't quite pick out fluorescent green. They quickly win back possession before they lose it again, and here comes now the other Kizar brother, Jeremiah. He's continuing his run, can't get it back from his brother Ezekiel. Moruga to come forward again. And already a clear intent to try to get their wingers in, particularly Larode, who we've just seen on the ball. And here comes now coming out from the back, Darren Moore had overlapped and tried to dupe referee Bacchus into perhaps a soft and generous penalty decision, which he stayed clear of.
Yeah, eagle-eyed the referee there to see that there was no real malice in that tackle, but here come PF again. That one is cleared by Akil Phillip. It will be a Depot PF throw.
This is Andre Etienne. Plays it forward to this is Kizano. Good ball looking for Gregory, and Turner had to come. He had to be sure. Gregory just perhaps waiting a bit too long for the ball to drop. Perhaps should have attacked it.
Yeah, Gregory has really looked sharp in the last two matches. He was the one, of course, that opened the scoring and scored a double before the half hour, just on the half hour mark last weekend. He'll be hoping to get on the score sheet again. It's Jordan Riley too in your picture. He sounded the alarm earlier to Moruga from Deportivo PF.
Moruga captain Carl Spencer. Pass is cut out by Paul. It's with Nathaniel Garcia now, but he loses out. Here's Ren Hector. Joshua Ragu now looks wide, but it's cut out by Jeremiah Kiza, and then a wild swing there by the Moruga player, driving that ball long after the whistle had gone into the midriff of Watson. And already the players who had signaled that they'll make the most of this Deep South derby, as you put it, Jovan, showing their intent.
Yeah, PF has been all business in the weeks that have preceded this match. And against a team like Moruga, they are looking to continue that good form. Of course, goal difference is something that has to be considered, given the large score lines we've seen in recent weeks.
Someone who can certainly affect that 4-point Fortin is the man in the thick of it now, Gregory. And in the foreground there, the player down is Jordan Riley. He seemed to be struck as he tried to get through.
Seems to be okay though. No hard feelings. Although he's being encouraged from the stands to go prone by some of the fans. Very vociferous Deportivo PF support, and this corner comes in from Garcia. It's cleared, but only momentarily for Moruga. Back in by PF.
Good ball in by Nathaniel Garcia that time. Cut out partially before Moruga FC able to get it closer towards half line, and now they are on a counter attack now. LaRode can't keep it in close to his body. And that'll be a free kick now to Deportivo for a late challenge there by LaRode. He seemed to be off to the races, just couldn't quite get the ball down on the turf, and that allowed the Deportivo defense to have some time to get back. Here they are now, Watson playing this one through to Keza. Turner thinks about coming, changes his mind because Akil Phillip had it well covered, going across there from his central position. And earns his team a throw-in. Here now is Etienne as Deportivo try to come forward again. Garcia, good turn. Taken off of it now by Joshua Ragu. This is Spencer. Can't quite get that one forward to Akini LaRode. Seems to be the focal point of their attack in these early minutes. Moruga FC, they've tried to get the ball wide and as quickly as possible to the number 15 on screen. That's Akini LaRode, as quickly as possible. It's a good cross coming in there from Jeremiah Keza. Just too strong for all Deportivo players in attendance, including young Jordan Riley.
Yeah, Akini LaRode, as you said before, would have his work cut out for him on this right-hand side. He seems to be attracting most of the Moruga outlet passes, and will so become the focal point of the Deportivo PF defense. though this Moruga side are showing a little more spirit than we've seen in previous weeks. They're getting to those tackles, leaving a foot in at certain points, trying to unnerve, shake Deportivo PF, despite being a goal down.
Yeah, Jovan, I quite agree. They've been a lot more assertive than in previous fixtures in this Ascension tournament. And that's not taking anything away from what we've seen of them. We've previously observed that they tend to really make a nuisance of themselves in the early exchanges of these matches before going soft, leading to them conceding some 37 goals before today. 38 now with Ezekiel Kezar's 4th minute opener for Deportivo Point Here he is again trying to link with his brother. Actually, this is Gregory trying to go it alone. He's cut out. And again, here come Moruga with another chance to counter. Keon LaRode is pointing into the space. He's bypassed instead, and this one is aiming towards Akini LaRode. He can't quite get there.
So as you observed, LaRode just peeling off. He knows what he has to do to get forward to really help this Moruga team find a way back into this match. Hopefully he can keep it up, as we spoke about before, for the full 90 minutes, which is required in this Ascension tournament, especially given the caliber of teams that have been finding themselves at the top of the table. Deportivo PF among them.
Here they come again. Watchful defending there by Moruga. Deportivo, they'll try again. This is Ezekiel Kezar. That pass is stamped out, but only picked up by Watson. Nathaniel Garcia is in there with real intent, and they win it back. This is Riley. Can't get it to Isaiah Hudson. It's back with Turner, who punts it forward for Moruga. On the chase is Shane King. Won't get there before Etienne recycles it to Marvin Phillip, and now Watson drops deep and gets it wide to Jeremiah Kezar. Here he is again, Kezar. Forward to Ezekiel. Gregory holds his run, but the flag on that far side goes up. That's Nathalia Williams, right in line. And it looks suspicious from the time the pass was played.
Yeah, Gregory a little too eager to get forward there. Maybe a bit eager to get among the goals again in these early stages. Good spot by referee AR1 Williams. AR2 Williams, I'm reminded. It's Curvel Turner putting it upfield.
Free kick to Deportivo. Martian Watson tripped up just inside the opposition half. Etienne was interested in playing it quickly. Unsuccessfully so, but he still will see his team with a throw-in on that far side. Urged by goalkeeper Marvin Phillip to take his time. No need to rush, already with a 1-0 lead, approaching 20 minutes gone. And Deportivo Point Fortin really and truly in charge, in control in this one, despite Moruga FC managing to come forward. They've not threatened Michael Phillips' goal just yet. Garcia now will look far side towards Riley. Picked up by Cornwall. So all the way back to Paul, and he uses the option that Phillips provides.
Yeah, very composed so far from Deportivo PF. Even in the final third, they're not rushing it. They're looking for the spearman. prodding into those spaces. They were also very composed last weekend when they ran out 4-0 winners. So it is to be expected.
We've noted, Jovan, that both these teams have taken the opportunity nearing or coming to the end of this round to switch things up a bit. How do you feel Moruga has been able to cope in the opening 20 minutes?
I feel the pressure has been on for Moruga. They, of course, down a goal. But they've been able to soak up some of that pressure and mount a couple good-looking, positive attacks. I think if they continue, or if they can continue this throughout the match, they should possibly find some silver linings in this match. They do need it very much so. This ball comes over to the road, and that is very audacious, very athletic from the winger.
Very ambitious. Certainly, I think he could count himself fortunate not to be called for a high boot, as the player there sticking his head in briefly was Justin Cornwall. Deportivo bring it forward now. This is the goal scorer, Keza. Ezekiel gets it to Jeremiah Keza, and his cross is too strong for Jordan Riley, who was the closest to it. And yeah, I do agree with the fact that this incarnation of the Moruga FC team seems to be a little bit more resilient despite trailing 1-0. As we get a look there at the team chasing Lohota Rangers in this competition. The Defence Force, they are up next. Here's Watson now trying to slip in Kiza again. Just too much on it. And he is guilty of a foul on goalkeeper Turner. But I think Deportivo Point Fortin might want to tighten the screws at this stage. 20 minutes gone. They've gotten a feel for what Moruga FC might offer this afternoon. And they certainly want to be a bit more assertive, a bit more authoritative against this team, and not want to be too complacent as we near the completion of exactly a quarter of this match.
Yeah, they won't want to let this opportunity slip. The other teams in the chase for the title have done what they had to do against this team. Defence Force, who are waiting in the wings for the second match, of course, took a meaty victory off of them in the very recent past.
This is a good ball through by Nathaniel Garcia, but it's ushered out by an alert Akil Phillip. The man chasing it down was Isaiah Hudson on screen now.
But even with these, let's say, second team players or players not normally in the starting lineup, I think Deportivo PF do look the better side. They do look like they are going to approach this game in the same spirit as they have before. Seems to be a kind of one band, one song movement throughout this group. Even the younger players do have a bit of that urgency that is needed at this level. A bit too urgent there was Isaiah Hudson. Just attempting that switch. Ball goes into touch for a Moruga through.
So ever since Ezekiel Keza shook the bag in the 4th minute of play, we've not seen much by way of goal-mouth activity from either side. Kerwell Turner in the Moruga FC goal has had to make one or two fairly straightforward interventions, but nothing has looked too threatening on either side's behalf. And so the scores remain: Deportivo Point Fortin 1, Moruga FC 0.
And it all goes well for Moruga. They haven't had as much to deal with, but they really do need to make more of their forays into the Deport PF half.
Speaking of foray, this is Deportivo coming forward now. Good spell of play. It's with Riley now, playing it inside to Gregory. Gets it back, Riley, and tries to go from distance. Perhaps he saw his name in the headlines. Certainly, the outcome would not reflect same.
Yeah, Jordan Riley, Deport PF's messenger this evening, hoping to add to what he was the harbinger for. They do want to find the back of this net desperately. They know that as the season wears on, small margins will separate the teams that top this league.
In the meantime, Moruga FC able to come forward again, as we've seen, but just that time, Joshua Ragu let down by his first touch, allowing Deportivo to come away with it, and they come forward again. Along this right side, this is Jeremiah Keza. Martian Watson wants it, gets it now. And the Keza brothers linking to good effect so far. Jeremiah will bring it all the way back to Nathaniel Garcia. And they will try another route, seeking to get in behind this Moruga FC defense. This is Watson playing a pass directed out to Riley, but it's cut out by Darren Moore. And now it's with Paul to his defensive partner, Etienne. Picked up now by Isaiah Hudson in good range. He'll have a go. At that time, seemed to be lacking conviction himself as he lined up that shot. The result is there to be seen, and the way it flew over the bar, he didn't seem too confident taking on that shot, Jovan.
Yes, he collected it on top of the box. Didn't look like he was thinking of scoring, just right place at the right time, and that shot, not the right finish needed. Although I wanted to get your views, Jassy, on the pace of this match. Deport PF would have played a very frenetic match last weekend at certain points, and this weekend they seem to be playing right into Moruga FC's hands.
Yeah,
a slower pace.
I think it's been pedestrian, to say the least, so far, and really unexpected by my expectations, by my estimations of this Deportivo team, as we know they can and they do possess the qualities to be able to dictate the tempo of proceedings. They've not done so too well this afternoon, and for this Moruga team, it certainly plays into their hands, allowing them to remain in with a sniff in this one. It's not been too difficult for them. They've not had too much chasing to do, and certainly they can maybe set themselves up for a sucker punch, so to speak, in this one. And we see now the Deportivo, the players at the helm of this Deportivo team, certainly trying to get that message through, that the tempo needs to be picked up. They need to be a little bit more dominating against this team. And already it seems like this is the approach, as a good ball comes across there. Turner gathers it on the second attempt, though. Just for a moment, we saw that spark that we've come to expect of this Deportivo team.
Yeah, the message seems to have gotten through to the rest of the team finally. They do seem a bit more interested in pushing this Moruga side.
Here's Riley now picking the pocket of his defender. But that ball would need to be much better to get Kizar through in a similar fashion to the chance he got on 4 minutes that led to the opening goal in this one. So you see Etienne striding forward, trying to keep his momentum going. This is Ezekiel Kizar now, gets past his man. Etienne is all the way up from central defense. Rolls it off to Gregory. They're playing with their food, and once again Hudson lacking the conviction, lacking the real desire, I would say, to back that one, which seemed to be a certain goal for Deportivo.
Yeah, Isaiah Hudson with another golden opportunity, this time from a lot closer than before. There you see the disappointment on his face. He knows it.
Andre Etienne had gone storming forward. He won the tackle, started the counter, found himself with the ball at his feet just about 7 or 8 yards out. Unsure what to do with it. He handed it off to Akinola Gregory, who was arriving late before the final attempt by Hudson. Really went a-begging there for Deportivo on the stroke of half an hour played in this one at the Arima Velodrome.
Shades of another lanky central midfielder, central defender, striding up the pitch. That time Etienne just unable to factor in the final ball. Moruga lived to tell the tale.
Will Point Fortin be made to pay for that bit of delinquency? Part of their certainly makeshift attack that time, but they just seem to be teasing the frustration of their traveling supporters, who are admonishing them for just dwelling too long on it in these dangerous areas, Jovan. And I think these are the areas where they need to produce that quality to break down a team like Moruga FC, which we know can be resilient. And these are the situations where every bit of your quality and experience needs to shine through.
Yeah, and certainly a more resilient Moruga by the looks of things so far in this match. Deportivo PF will be wary of letting up all these chances.
That can be counted as yet another. Again, you just simply expect better of players like Nathaniel Garcia from that sort of distance, that sort of range. Perhaps a bit more invention in the attempt from that free kick.
Don't know if it's the changing of the lineup, but Depot do seem a bit flat this afternoon despite their best attempts to G up themselves.
Previously you'd see the likes of Andre Pacheco, Houghton Hector in the heart of that midfield, sort of dictating play, dictating the tempo, dictating the direction, and they seem to lack that this afternoon. Nathaniel Garcia also usually involved. He's in a more advanced role in the absence of those two players this afternoon, but unable to have the effect, and they could be made to pay. They are made to pay for it. They are asking for this near side official to wave his flag. Instead, he draws for his notepad and he'll pen in Keon LaRode with Moruga FC's equalizing goal here this afternoon at the Arima Velodrome.
Yeah, we've been speaking about it. It's finally come to pass. Marvin Phillip beaten in the 34th minute. The instructions come from the Moruga bench. This is what they wanted. It's great work down the left side. And the target man, Keon LaRode, there to accept it. Marvin Phillips' face tells the whole story. It's 1-1. Deportivo PF versus Moruga FC. Is that game on for you, Jassy?
I think so. I think so. With just over 10 minutes left in this first half, I think Moruga FC will definitely be inviting the advancements of Point Fortin, trying to get a lead going into halftime. But it's ripe for the taking for Moruga FC, because as Point Fortin comes forward, as they become a bit more desperate, it should allow Moruga to find some extra space to exploit and hit on that counter-attack, as they've seen intent on doing. They won't get too much success out of play like that. And already you can see Deportivo coming forward in their numbers. This here is Jeremiah Kiza. He gets his cross and is stamped away at the near post. Deportivo now with this corner kick. It's Hudson. And again, the quality just lacking in the final ball for Point Fortin. I mean, I don't think it's just the moment for them to be pressing the panic button. They still have a lot of time. Certainly a lot of quality in the starting 11 as well on the bench.
Yeah, neither side can really relax the scoreline as it is now. They have to remain on their toes. But certainly not time to panic.
And that's what you want to see. You want to see that type of fight. Joshua Ragu there getting himself stuck in against Cornwall. They'll have an exchange of words. And Nathaniel Garcia is saying, you know, there's no need really for Cornwall to get involved in that verbal exchange. But I'll bet you in that Moruga 11, that's exactly what they want. They want to rile this Deportivo team up. As said in the pre-match remarks, they'll certainly want to get into these players who they know a fair bit about from that deep south region.
Yeah, and you have to say it's kind of working for Moruga at this point. We're at 1-1. Pressing little mistakes already out of Depot PF. For them, they'll have to be wary of their own mistakes, which have been their downfall for most of this tournament.
There again is that fight, you know, the players willing to get their bodies in the way and invite those niggling little fouls out of Deportivo. That time the man on spot was Shane King, and the guilty party, Isaiah Hudson for Deportivo. Here's Moruga FC with a free kick. Is looking again at the back stick. That man who's certainly been their target all afternoon, Akini LaRode, couldn't bring that one under his spell. But not too bad a showing in this first half from him and from, by extension, from his Moruga FC teammates.
Yeah, his work rate has been good. His touches just let him down at certain points, but it's been a good showing so far for him. Certainly look forward to what he can offer this Moruga team going forward.
Intelligent little dummy there by Gregory, but it's well spotted by Carl Spencer, the man wearing the armband for Moruga FC today. So Deportivo Point Fortin throw in. It's with Riley now. And he again wasn't aware that LaRode was on his way back, and we could hear off in the distance the question being asked, what was he waiting on? We are not too sure. Etienne here is caught in possession and forced all the way back.
Yeah, timely questions coming from the Deportivo PF support. This is not the match they came all this way to see. Credit to Moruga though for frustrating those Point Fortin residents both on and off the pitch.
This is Nathaniel Garcia now trying to inspire them. Gets it into Kizar, the goal scorer. Now it's with Gregory, and his touch again just lets him down, allowing Moruga to clear. Here comes Shane King. Takes his man on, and from a similar sort of position, we saw the equalizing goal coming for Moruga FC. That time, it didn't quite work out. Actually, that's Tyrese Reefer was the man going forward. He's used the opportunity to just run at his opposing player. And here comes the Inquisition, led by no lesser than their captain and the experienced Trinidad and Tobago international, Marvin Phillips. He's probably just quizzing his team as to what's happening, what's bugging you guys today. Why are we playing at such low intensity and allowing this Moruga team to find more joy? Here they are again, just repelling Deportivo at every opportunity. It's all the way back with Nathaniel Garcia. Coming forward now is Martion Watson. Akinola Gregory finds himself in some space. Still can't make enough of it though to get off a final shot before Moruga gets it clear. Once again, player letting it run there was Chesnell.
It's Dunton.
Once again, here comes Fortin, repelled once more. Picked up by Garcia. And if you just look at the movement of the Point Fortin team, certainly lacking. And again, there we see it, Moruga FC committing one of those untimely mistakes you spoke of just moments ago, Jovan, and the player committing the foul. Akil Phillip certainly disappointed with himself as he tripped up Martion Watson. No need to commit the tackle. He was away from goal, a long way away from goal, and heading towards the byline. A rather calm looking Deportivo Point Fortin bench. I would be as well if Nathaniel Garcia was the man spotting the ball for me on a penalty kick. And this could be the opportunity for them to just reset themselves approaching half-time. If Nathaniel Garcia can put it away, he can. 2-1 to Deportivo Point Fortin in the 43rd minute here at the Arima Velodrome. A goal needed as halftime approaches, and the intensity that this Deportivo team usually would bring, lacking. Certainly that goal can serve to pick them up as they approach halftime.
Yeah, we saw the foul there from Phillip and the penalty from Garcia. Two happenings here late in this first half that will set us on our way for the second half.
Just as always, here come Moruga FC looking for Akini LaRoad down this right-hand side.
Yeah, Depo PF really having to work hard and toil for that. And then eventually Moruga giving them the opportunity to undo all the good work that they've done up to this point in the match. Still a lot of football to play, as you observed earlier.
And Moruga still find themselves managing to get themselves into good positions. That time a foul there committed. Desperate challenge coming in by that man Keon LaRoad, the goal scorer. Justly shown a yellow card in this 45th minute rather.
Yeah, nothing much in it there. We see the two players enjoying some friendly conversation after that foul. It was deemed necessary by the striker to kind of keep Point Fortin at bay. They've certainly shown fairly good positional discipline, have Moruga this afternoon. Defending in numbers. But here comes the breakdown. And well swept up there by the captain, Carl Spencer.
Fourth official, Comey Nicholas, will indicate 2 minutes additional at the end of this first period. Certainly by what we've seen, I think that's 2 minutes well justified. Certainly not at all the quality expected when we see Deportivo come out in this Ascension tournament. They've been behind the pace, they've lacked intensity, and while I won't say they're lucky to go in leading at 2-1, certainly I would say that they have not deserved a lead in this encounter by the balance of play.
Yeah, Depo will argue that they are supposed to be here, but have to work for everything you get in this Ascension tournament. Certainly being made to toil by this Moruga team.
Yeah, but here they come again, Deportivo, and if they can go in with a 2-goal advantage, 3-1, as they were attempting to do on that occasion, certainly they would be happy with themselves. Because it's not at all been the inspired performance they would expect of themselves. Meanwhile, here comes Moruga again. Good turn there. Rolling his man was Akini Larode and gets it across to Ren Hector. It's wider now with Tyrese. He beats his man and goes in rather belatedly, certainly over aggressively, but all's well that ends well, as we see him and Andre Etienne sharing some pleasantries after that play. Referee Keelan Bacchus goes over just to ensure that there's not too much malice, and there isn't really, as at halftime these Deportivo Point Fortin fans aren't too pleased, but certainly they'll be relieved that their team holds a 2-1 advantage over Moruga FC. It's halftime in this Ascension tournament match here at the Arima Velodrome. We'll be back with highlights.
Get the nation's leading newspaper on the go by downloading the Digital Guardian app on your iOS or Android devices now and enjoy our special introductory subscription offer now on. The nation's first and best digital paper in an easy-to-read digital format. The Digital Guardian, Trinidad and Tobago's fastest growing, most subscribed and most read digital paper. Stay on top with the market leader and don't miss a beat in today's fast-paced world. Go to Apple Store or Google Play and download.
So it's halftime in this Ascension tournament of Trinidad and Tobago encounter between Deportivo Point Fortin and Moruga FC from the Arima Velodrome this Saturday afternoon. And really and truly it was an underwhelming half, especially in the context that Deportivo Point Fortin offered in as early as the 4th minute when Ezekiel Kizar slipped in and put them 1-0 ahead. It promised to really and truly be a schooling for Moruga FC, but somehow they kept themselves in it. Brave goalkeeping that time by Turner, and even braver acrobatics by one of their main men in that first half, Akini LaRode. Point Fortin continued to come forward, but just were lacking that bit of quality to break down this team any further. Isaiah Hudson with that attempt, and then Keza himself on the march, getting this ball across to Andre Etienne. Some indecisiveness, one would say, before Hudson screwed his shot above the bar, and he himself couldn't believe that he didn't make it 2-0. It would come back to haunt them as along the left side, Moruga FC attacked through Tyrese Reefer. He was able to play a great ball across goal just in that no man's land area where Marvin Phillip, despite getting a left hand to it, could not stop it from landing at the feet of Kieran LaRode, and he equalized for Moruga FC at 1-1. From there, the battle continued. In this one, a deep South derby, as my co-commentator Jovan Ravello put it, with all the makings of such. Some feisty play, and certainly referee Keelan Bacchus able to come in and intervene when necessary. It led to this point. Martion Watson upended in the penalty area by the Moruga FC defender Akil Phillip, and Nathaniel Garcia put away the spot kick from 12 yards out, putting Deportivo Point Fortin back into a lead in this one, and they would see out the remainder of the first half at 2-1, and that's how things stand here at halftime in this Ascension tournament fixture at the Arima Velodrome. We'll take a quick break and come back with more.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for carnival if you'll interview him, eh?
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
It's here at a newsstand near you. It's the Guardian Lucky Number Draw. Your daily chance to win $1,000 instantly when you purchase the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian. It's quick and easy for your chance to win. A unique number will be printed at the back of each Guardian newspaper daily. Purchase your Guardian newspaper, then join JW for the daily Guardian Lucky Number Draw, the winning number on just before the nightly news on CNC3. If the number drawn matches the unique number at the back of your Guardian newspaper, then $1,000 is yours. Just bring the winning Guardian newspaper and a picture ID to Guardian Media Limited. You have until 3 p.m. the following workday to claim your prize. It's the Guardian Lucky Number Draw. Your daily chance to win. NLCB approved.
Are you at home feeling isolated? Don't worry, we will bring the world to you. The nation's first and leading newspaper, the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian, is extending a special home delivery for 30 days for just $99. Yes, for just $99, you can get the T&T Guardian newspaper, the fastest growing and most read newspaper, most credible and highest reader value, and voted tops for best publication by more readers than any other newspaper, delivered to your home. It's easy to subscribe to our home delivery. Simply call us now at 225-4465 extension 4274 and speak to one of our customer service representatives, and we will bring the world to you.
We are the fourth estate. We educate, we inform, and we hold those in authority, politicians, business leaders, and others, to account.
Connecting the public to the truth drives our purpose here at CNC3. When we stand behind a desk every single night, a lot of people don't know that we're a huge part of the news process. We eat, breathe, and sleep news. And that reflects in everything that we do as a news team.
Every day we tell the stories of people's journey through life. Stories of their success, stories of their sadness, stories of their grief, stories of their glory. We're the mirror in which society looks at itself.
When a storm is coming, everyone always thinks worst case scenario, and sometimes it may just be a brief shower or two. It's not always going to be a green veil level event. So it's important to have the most credible and accurate information coming from a verified source.
Welcome, you're watching the 7 o'clock news on CNC3.
Calling all filmmakers, producers, content creators, influencers, and recording artists. If you're looking to rent a versatile studio space with green screen, video wall, cyclorama, and more, look no further. GM Labs is here to make your dreams a reality. Located in the heart of Port of Spain on St. Vincent Street, GM Labs is your one-stop shop for all your creative needs, with over 2,800 square feet to work with. Take your creative concept to the final product at GM Labs. Give us a call or WhatsApp or message us on our Instagram and Facebook pages at GM Labs TT.
Everyone has a unique story to tell. Help us tell your stories.
We all see the negatives happening here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Let us begin the conversation
with inspiring content,
targeting change.
Inspire TT. Be the change.
The Digital Guardian launches this all-new upgraded Digital Guardian app. This all-new upgraded Digital Guardian app gives you live news on the go. Now get real-time news faster with notifications free of charge to keep you informed on breaking stories. Customize your news feed with only articles you are interested in for easier, comfortable reading and with same convenient access to the digital paper. Visit the iOS App Store and Google Play Store to download or update the Digital Guardian app, the most credible news in T&T. Already have an account? Simply tap on the resource subscription button in settings to sign in. It's a free update.
Make sure you have yourself a great invest week by viewing The Boss Report every Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. during CNC3's The Morning Brew. You'll get sound financial advice, whether you're a new or experienced investor, when you view The Boss Report. CNC3, covering your world.
Get the nation's leading newspaper on the go by downloading the Digital Guardian app on your iOS or Android devices now and enjoy our special introductory subscription offer now on. The nation's first and best digital paper in an easy-to-read digital format. The Digital Guardian, Trinidad and Tobago's fastest growing, most subscribed, and most read digital paper. Stay on top with the market leader and don't miss a beat in today's fast-paced world. Go to Apple Store or Google Play and download now.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Ooh, enjoy every scoop. Ooh, every taste will get you up. We have flavors that you love, a combination special. Come along, enjoy your treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for the carnival if you'll interview him, eh?
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what would you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
Welcome back to the Arima Velodrome for this Saturday afternoon fixture. The first of a doubleheader in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. We're getting ready for second half action between Deportivo PF and Moruga FC. And it's the aforementioned team, Deportivo PF, leading 2-1. Their goals scored in the first half by Ezekiel Kiza in the 4th minute and Nathaniel Garcia from the penalty spot in the 43rd. It certainly allow them to breathe a little bit easier after the end of the first 45, because temporarily Moruga FC had pegged them back at 1-1 after Keon LaRode netted for them in the 34th minute. It sets things up nicely for the second half, where we hope to see the Point Fortin team certainly produce the type of quality that is expected of them, whereas this Moruga FC team, more resilient, a more resilient version of themselves than we've seen in previous weeks in this competition, continue to press forward and perhaps even create an upset here in the second half at the Arima Velodrome. I am Jassy Marique, once again joined by co-commentator Jovan Ravello as we gear up for second half action. One final word of inspiration, perhaps even admonishment from the Deportivo PF captain, Marvin Phillip. Certainly he tried to inspire his team in the first period to really little or no avail at all. On the other side, Moruga FC hoping, perhaps even wishing on a prayer that they can pick up their first points in this year's tournament. They're pinned to the bottom position in this competition and certainly have had a tough time of it in weeks previous, conceding no fewer than 37 goals before today's match while scoring just 5. But they've already conceded twice more and scored once more in this afternoon's encounter, the second half of which is about to get going on the whistle of referee Keelan Bacchus. Makes his final checks. And there we see Houghton Hector, the lone substitution made by Point Fortin in the halftime interval. Just taking the opportunity to have a juggle before referee Bacchus asks him to settle it and sends them on their way again. Second half here from the Arima Velodrome. As mentioned, Houghton Hector, the veteran Trinidad and Tobago midfielder, has made his entry. And the player going off was Akinola Gregory, their usual talisman. He'll call it an afternoon as Hector plays in a more advanced role than we've become accustomed to seeing him, but in the modern game they call it the false 9 position, and he'll try to make his impact from there. Here comes Hector now for Deportivo Point Fortin, well marshaled by Carl Spencer, the Moruga FC captain that time, before Kervel Turner completed the mop-up. Here now is Joshua Ragu, plays it back to Akil Phillip. But it's stolen off of the feet of Shane King by Nathaniel Garcia, who's trying to play Hector in before it's booted clear. And already a bit of a relaxed feet there, it seems, for on the Moruga 11, which is good to see, but certainly that time it could have been to their detriment. It's good to see that Moruga FC, their players have been able to compose themselves. As mentioned, it's not been the best tournament for them, conceding as many as 11 goals in one encounter, 8 in another, for a total of 37 before today. It could be more. They've already been scored on twice. At that time, conceding a free kick just at the edge of their own area as Martion Watson came flying in for Deportivo Point Fortin. Once more he was tripped up, just as he was for that penalty awarded in the 42nd minute, eventually converted by Nathaniel Garcia to put Deportivo back ahead, 2-1. This time around, though, it's a bit further out than 12 yards. But we've seen players like Houghton Hector make 30 yards look like 12, sometimes even 6. Can he produce something similar from this free kick attempt? He's lining himself up. Decides against it, instead rolls it to Garcia, who gets it out to Jeremiah Kizan. Now it's with Hudson. So an attempted training ground set piece foiled. Here come Deportivo again. Good skill there by Jeremiah Kizan. Gets it to his brother Ezekiel. Recycles it to Martion Watson and now to Garcia. It's with Hector now, and he'll try to pick out that far top corner unsuccessfully, so it's only a goal kick to Moruga FC.
Looking to factor as we see the Garcia brothers, all of them in attendance. It's Judah, Levi,
And the former Shiva Boys standouts such as Tyrell, Papi, Manuel, second from right, and goalkeeper Denzel Smith as well. So the Point Fortin boys have come up north today.
Certainly all capable, more than capable footballers themselves. The AEK Athens pairing of Judah and Levi. Papi showing his talent and certainly audacity formerly in the SSFL. In good company this afternoon.
Certainly Jovan. And I must say, well played. Well played by Houghton Hector as well to Jeremiah Kiza. It's with Jordan Riley now, who's switched flanks. Looking for the run ahead by Kiza. He certainly know Isaiah Garcia, but certainly showed his willingness to get forward on more than a few occasions in the first half and continuing 5 minutes into the second as well.
Yeah, opened the scoring. The other Kiza brother.
So far, just 5 minutes, just about 6 minutes now gone in this second half. Deportivo Point Fortin, they've made a substitution, but they've not looked too dominant. And that time they could have been sucker punched yet again. Really good work once more by Tyrese Reefer on this left-hand side and getting a whipped cross in, which Keon LaRode was able to get ahead to, but not sufficiently to put it past Marvin Phillip a second time in this encounter.
Yeah, we've spoken about Akini LaRode, but certainly man on the other side, Tyrese Reefer. Very big overlap threat. That's a great ball in a great area. Too bad Moruga couldn't get onto it. Would have really upped the tempo in this match. Increased the tension. Here comes the corner.
It's turned away at the near post. But they'll try again, Moruga, with another ball floated in, this time again trying to pick out someone in that fluorescent top. Unable to do so, and instead it's going to be a goal kick to Marvin Phillip and Deportivo Point Fortin. They give it away, and this is a shot from way out by Ren Hector, just trying to show that he has the Hector blood running through his veins. That time, unable to trouble Marvin Phillip. And he's spent the time since apologizing profusely to his teammates ahead of him.
Hector's not made equal on that occasion, but good enough sighter for him. So Moruga threw into the box.
Lance to Ren Hector again, trying to play the exchange with Shane King, and he just weren't communicating telepathically as is sometimes necessary in this beautiful game. Here's Isaiah Hudson driving Point Fortin forward. Option stays left and right. He goes inside instead. Hector wants it, won't get it. Bypasses him in favor of Ezekiel Keza, the goal scorer. Gets it back now, Hudson. Pokes this one to Jordan Riley on this near side. And just unable to square it for Hector, who was lining up. Tenacious work there by the former Trinidad and Tobago midfielder. Gets it back to Riley and assumes a position on the penalty spot as Riley goes to work on Jesnil Dunton. Still there, Riley. Blocked by Akil Phillip before Dunton is forced to put it out for a Deportivo Point Fortin corner kick.
And we'll have a substitution here for Moruga on his Makanaki Rivers. He replaces Shane King. As Depot PF prepare to take corner here on this close side. Looks really well, really good looking corner. This goes into touch. It will be another Depot PF corner, this time from the left side. They take it short. It's here with Garcia. Well won there by Moruga. Very alert to emerge with this ball on the counter.
And once again, it's that man, Akini Larode. Tries to get Rivers involved, the substitute. Still working to try to win back possession. Deportivo Point Fortin eventually relieve that pressure now through Hudson. This is a good switch of play. Picking out Cornwall on that far side. He gets around his man with a nutmeg. But Carl Spencer, the Moruga captain, having none of it, stamps that out and clears effectively.
Yeah, good job by Spencer this evening. Even when it's gotten frenetic at the defensive end for Moruga, he's been the calm within the storm for them. Often right in the thick of things. Help Moruga clear their lines as they look for a way back into this match yet again.
You know, it's Rivers trying to send Akini Larode on his way. He wins it off of Cornwall and his cross is blocked. But it's still alive as far as Moruga is concerned. Good work by Hudson to protect it. Gets it into the feet of Houghton Hector. And a neat exchange by those two. This is good play here from Deportivo Point Fortin. Good approach play. Hudson will have the final say and almost picks out that far corner again. So that is the signs that Deportivo can certainly, with the blink of an eye, snatch this game away from Moruga FC. That time, Isaiah Hudson, Houghton Hector, Jordan Riley, all involved. Before that man, Hudson, had the final shot. He was trying to knuckleball it into that far top corner. But in the end, it didn't dip quite quickly enough as well.
Yeah, much better from Hudson. His previous attempts in the first half left much to be desired, but seems to be finding his range. Houghton Hector, of course, helping them move that ball ever so quickly in what looks to be a false 9 position for him. Helping them really get the momentum. This ball is flat. Goes all the way past the Moruga touchline. It will be a goal kick for them. That man, Kervel Turner, just watching it go by. Certainly more energy in the play for Depot. And it's come from bringing on one of the veterans on the team.
Definitely. As we look at the man on screen there, that's Darren Moore. He's not had a bad shift himself, but that time it seems as though he's spent. I thought he looked a bit winded, but we see the ointment being applied to his knee there by the Moruga medical appointee. And eventually he's able to get to his feet and walk himself off after the application of what I assume to be the ever faithful magic spray.
We see a Depot PF player, Isaiah Garcia, taking the opportunity for some R&R as his team are under the cosh here, so to speak, from a very determined looking Moruga team at the Arima Velodrome.
Nearing an hour played. Scores here: Deportivo Point Fortin 2, Moruga FC 1. And the man we saw a moment ago was Isaiah Garcia, last weekend's man of the match in their 4-0 win. Certainly, it looks as though the man who said nobody outworks him has earned himself a deserved rest this Saturday afternoon. Left out of today's match squad. But they've not done too badly without him, and they could do even better here. Martion Watson unselfishly trying to get Keza a second goal. Maybe he should have pulled the trigger himself. But that time, it didn't work out as he envisioned.
Yeah, I don't think they have the luxury of being unselfish at this point. If there are goals to score, I think Depot PF need to go find them. Garcia again, the focus.
I'll tell you what, it's certainly no compliment to Point Fortin that one of those patrons there seem to be less interested in what's happening on the pitch. Taking the opportunity for what I presume to be a selfie. Will the cameras be able to splash Jordan Riley across the front pages, the back pages rather, that time, trying to pick out Hector, and now he is asking for a renewed vigor from his team.
Certainly not living up to his pre-match projections this match so far. Riley hoping that Depot PF doesn't make him a fibber on this occasion. Moruga doing their best.
I seem to recall him warning Moruga to look out as they were targeting this game to enhance their goal difference, Point Fortin. So far they have, but definitely nothing to boast about in the way that Riley would have done ahead of today's fixture. Still time though for him to leave cake on our faces rather than on his own.
We've spoken about these late stages in these Moruga matches where it gets a little ugly. Can go pear-shaped for them. Certainly they are trying to lose that reputation here against one of the tougher teams in the tournament. Themselves being a tough nut to crack.
This is Jeremiah Keza now. Martion Watson arrives. Can't turn it around the corner. Instead, it's picked up by Makanaki Rivers, and he was just a bit overzealous trying to move Moruga FC forward. Here's Ezekiel Keza, picks out Hudson beautifully. Shows it to Spencer, then takes it away, gets it out to Riley. Riley approaches his man, that's Dunton. Sturdy defensive work there. Riley still able to hold on to possession for Deportivo. Hudson now, good skill. Turns his man, plays it into Hector. He wants the return, goes for it. Instead it's with Jeremiah Keza, and again just unable to spot that he had the opportunity, and maybe a bit more time, a bit more consideration. Could have seen him putting his side or helping more meaningfully towards his side, going 3-1 up. In the meantime, 2 substitutions being readied by Moruga FC. The man coming out, the ever-willing runner, Akini Larode. In is Atiba Charles, who we saw last week put in a good shift as well. And the other player out, Ren Hector, being replaced by Malik Lewis. So 2 substitutions by Moruga FC and 1 being made here now by Deportivo Point Fortin. Isaiah Hudson leaves the pitch. And the man coming on is Rondell Phillip. So that's a defensive substitution by Deportivo Point Fortin, indicating that perhaps they are thinking already about trying to maintain what they already have. Isaiah Hudson more advanced, replaced by a defensive midfielder in Rondell Phillip.
Yeah, maybe just needing to shore up the defense a little bit, given the threat that Moruga has posed. It's a bit uncharacteristic for them, so you'd understand PF being caught off guard. But they have endured. We're in this 66th minute of the first match of this doubleheader at the Arima Velodrome between Depor PF and Moruga FC. It's Garcia. KZI goes all the way around. Looking again for the other KZI. It's recovered by Rivers. That ball into space. Just not working out for Moruga. Hector switches it over. This ball is with Garcia. It's repelled again by the Moruga team. And again, that outlet pass not finding fluorescent green shirt. Flick from Hector. This ball is shot straight at goal. Straight down Curval Turner's throat. Handles it expertly. So good sequence there from PF, keeping up the pressure on Moruga, keeping them pegged back, penned in to their own area. Moruga having to work tirelessly to get out of their own defensive third, as the PF onslaught looks to have begun late in this match. Garcia is wide. He passes this to the last post. It will go into touch for a Moruga goal kick.
Deportivo Point Fortin in the meantime making another substitution. Jordan Riley has been withdrawn. The player in Omri Baird. This is Baird on it now. Gets away from 2. Lines up a shot. Has a crack. And Turner seemed to be sleeping as that one crashes off the upright and somehow stays out. So the injection of intent with the introduction of Baird for Deportivo Point Fortin. That time he lined up his shot and had a go. Turner was scrambling to his right. Somehow it stays out. Moruga FC live to fight another day. Here they come. Tyrese Reefer, he's had a good game, but he's in the wars. Wins it back off of Baird to the outside. Can't get it to Darren Moore, but it's eventually back with Ragu. And Atiba Charles is fighting against Cornwall. Cornwall comes away with it unlawfully, so says referee Bacchus. And this is going to be Moruga FC free kick.
Yeah, Depor really needing that injection, as you observed earlier. Baird coming up with the goods almost frame of the goal, turning out to be Kerval Turner's best friend on that occasion.
Unfortunately, almost just doesn't count on the football pitch.
And in certain R&B songs as well.
You would know better than I would, Jovan. Strong work there by Justin Cornwall to get Deportivo Point Fortin on the attack. Martion Watson now on the inside has Philip. And Philip has Nathaniel Garcia, who's on the charge now. Almost a free pass into goal. Gets a shot. Good low save there by Turner. It looked to be sneaking in for a second at his near post. But he gets down, he gets a strong left hand to it to turn it around the post and out for a Deportivo Point Fortin corner kick.
So Garcia just switching to this right side from his more central role. He was very effective in last weekend and has been effective in this week. Deport PF coaching staff thinking his energy will be more suited to bombing up this right-hand side as they seek to put some space between Moruga and their own goal.
It's a flat corner kick. Rising highest was Paul before Turner makes a good gather to allay any fears that the Moruga defense might have been facing at that point in time. We'll have more defending to do, not if Tyrese Reefer has anything to say about it. Good play here by Rivers. Gets it back now, Makanaki Rivers. Certainly an unorthodox type of player. But definitely his energy has served them well last weekend, hoping to be of similar effect this time out. Here he is, bounced off of it by Ezekiel Keza. No foul, says referee Bacchus, as the man tracking back on that occasion was Joshua Ragu. So the tackle's coming in a bit late now, Jovan, as this match moves into its final phase. Deportivo Point Fortin still leading, but only by 1. 2 goals to 1 over Moruga FC.
Yeah, there's reason to remain focused for both sides. Deportivo PF don't want to lose the plot late in this match. Moruga FC are just a goal away from having a closer look at their first points of this tournament, and here they come again. Steaming down the right side, that is foul. Player was impeded.
Assistant referee Nathalia Williams points to the scene of the crime, as the player impeded that time was the man with ball in hand, Atiba Charles. Hazy afternoon here at the Arima Velodrome, that Sahara dust off in the background certainly lingering. But here will be Tyrese Reefer. He already has 1 assist. Can he put this onto a Moruga head? He can't. Instead puts it into the clutches of Marvin Phillip, who sets Nathaniel Garcia going down this right. Jeremiah Kiza is on his inside. Instead he goes toward Hector. Picked up by Ezekiel Kiza. What a shot! My goodness, it came out of absolutely nowhere. Reflected in the reactions around as his brother retreats now, Jeremiah Kiza, but that time it was Ezekiel Kiza, who's also gone in a wider position.
Yeah, a couple ugoods there from people with a Point Fortin heart this evening. Well taken volley, great technique. Looking for that last post. Kerval Turner just really happy to see it go wide. Barely just.
Yeah, that time Ezekiel Kiza trying to get himself onto the score sheet again and certainly into our highlight reel, as was Makanaki Rivers that time. He's barking at his teammate Reefer on this near side, who seems to be down doing his laces. Certainly wasn't available when Rivers flicked one toward him, but good follow-up work by the man about to take this Moruga corner kick. Easily taken by Marvin Phillip. And once again, as if by clockwork, sets Nathaniel Garcia going. He'll take a more direct approach. Good run there by Hector, but he wasn't able to get that final ball. So again, the final ball seems to have been Point Fortin's downfall this afternoon.
Yeah, and when you have a great passing core like they have, you'll expect better from them in those kind of areas. Certainly a lot more deadly in previous incarnations, on previous occasions, and at previous locations. As Moruga brings on 2 more subs.
So Reefer is one of those players out. So too is their goal scorer. So that's the one that made the goal and the one that scored it, Keon LaRode. And the players entering the fray: Jamali Barkley, as well as Deshaun Daniel. Here's Ezekiel Kiza on the outside as Nathaniel Garcia skips over the challenge of Rivers. Recycles it now to Phillip. This is Hector Baird. We already saw that he can hit them from that sort of range, but he gets it instead to Kiza, and he's just unable to find a way past Turner for a second time in this one. Ezekiel Kiza.
Yeah, certainly Turner showing, despite the concession of the 2 goals earlier, it's quality for this Moruga team. So another PF corner comes in. This one is looped up into the air, will go all the way back to Garcia. Plays it short this time. Ball to the last post is cleared. And another volley off the pitch and into touch there from Andre Etienne.
He'll certainly be feeling the piercing gazes of his brothers off to the sidelines. The man just on screen, Nathaniel Garcia. Of course, this match being watched by 2 of his younger brothers, Levi and Judah, back from a season's work in Greece at AEK Athens. It's always good to see returning players, professionals, making time to take a look at what's happening on the domestic scene. That time, Phillip perhaps turning their heads as Turner dropped one and it rolled invitingly to him, unable to put it on target. Scores remain unaffected. Deportivo Point Fortin 2, Moruga FC 1. Ragu now in the uncomfortable position of heading back towards his goal, and reflected in another turnover of possession. This is Nathaniel Garcia now. Ahead of him is Philip, as well as Hector. Hector gets it now. Can't control it, and that man, Makanaki Rivers, doing the defensive duties, still in it. This time Omri Baird comes away with it for Deportivo. Goes against, bringing Philip in on the play. But Moruga FC, for all of their good work defensively to win it back, can't hold on to it. This time they concede a throw-in.
Yeah, PF have been pressing very high up the pitch, making it excessively difficult for this Moruga team to just stroll out of their defense. It's almost a full field press from PF. They realize the threat held by this Moruga team on the break, doing their darndest to keep them pegged in.
Under 10 minutes remaining in this, the first of a doubleheader in the Ascension tournament from the Arima Velodrome. Deportivo Point Fortin still searching for insurance against Moruga FC. They won't get it that time, turning over possession. It's with Ragu now. Gets it to Atiba Charles. He's hounded by Justin Cornwall and just gives it away to Kiza, Ezekiel Kiza that is. Now Hector lines up Nathaniel Garcia. Try to shift past his man, thinks about it. Thinks twice, 3 times. It's with Watson now, back to Garcia. Hector trying to scoop it over the top for Ezekiel Kiza, and Turner picks up possession for Moruga FC. Omri Baird now to Watson. He has Philip. This is Nathaniel Garcia, lines up a shot, but I was never going to get too far past the Moruga back line, and that time the man getting in the block. Right on spot. Malik Lewis. He's feeling the hurt in the unmentionables, but he plays on.
Heart, soul, and other body parts coming into factor for this Moruga team. They have to keep giving themselves a chance. Depo continues to carve out their own chances.
Anderson Phillip now will have a crack. Good looking shot. Confused Turner somewhat. He did enough to keep it out of goal before they get it away from the danger area. This is Philip again. Watson now to Jeremiah Keza, trying to get it back from his brother. Doesn't. And Moruga can walk it out now. This one is dropped in behind. Trying to invite the runner. Jamali Barkley that time outworked by the Point Fortin defense. Andre Etienne in particular has been stellar. See Martion Watson skillfully sidestepping Barkley's advances. They have it again now. Moruga looking to play it down the channel was Rivers to Barkley. Overhit. And we suspect that Marvin Phillip and the Deportivo Point Fortin defense will use this opportunity to compose themselves, run some time off of the clock. Next up, the defense force taking on Real Westfort United. Images from the warm-up there of the defense force. Good approach play again, Deportivo Point Fortin. It lands to Hector. He tries to go outside of the boot. Shot is blocked. And they remain frustrated. Deportivo. Now it's Barclay. This is a good ball to Rivers. Making the overlap now is Atiba Charles. Rivers is asking for someone to show. And in the end just settles for giving it to a Deportivo shirt. Not too convinced by the logic there.
Yeah, certainly a little more patience needed by Rivers. He's come on with good energy, but not all of his teammates are on the same page. Can't drag them along. Has to wait on the support.
As Atiba Charles switches the play here now. Cornwall guilty of making the error, and the final shot coming in from Rivers. Allowed to trickle past the upright there by Marvin Phillip. In the meanwhile, Deportivo Point Fortin will make another substitution, and it's Nathaniel Garcia that gets the hook, and coming in is Akeem Redhead.
Yeah, good shift by Garcia, just in the second half, deployed on the right side, running out the excess energy that he may have had. Handing over here as Hector twists and turns to free himself. Shot that eventually comes in. Goes for a corner, despite the attempts by Akil Phillip and Kerval Turner in the Moruga goal.
Redhead, who we just saw entering play, takes charge of this latest Deportivo set piece. Earns them another off the head there of Phillip. Ezekiel Kiza jogs over. It's an in-swinging corner. Hector is there. He's one of the shortest men on the field, and that time proved to be just a couple centimeters too short to make contact on the Kiza in-swinging corner.
Yeah, a bit of a let-off there for Moruga. Could have been Depor's security goal, their third. But for the lack of vertical prowess from their Depor false nine, Houghton Hector. It's been a lively cameo for Hector as the shot comes in. It's well saved by Kerval Turner in the Moruga goal. Really good work there to keep out the attempt. There's another corner. Turner unable to deal with it again decisively. Depor keeps searching. Ball goes wide from Martion Watson. Be a Moruga goal kick. Just about a minute and a half remaining in regulation time. This ball is sent upfield by Spencer. Here's Makanaki Rivers. That's an intelligent ball. Interesting looking ball cleared by Marvin Phillip. He gets a little touch of him, did Jamali Barclay. It's going to be a Depor PF free kick. Phillip just brings himself to his feet. Accepts the apology of the Moruga player. think losing his clean sheet would have hurt a little more than that tackle on that occasion. PF come again. It's given away again by the Moruga backline. Have to retain some possession if they want to release some of this pressure. There's Ragu looking for an option. Goes all the way back to Spencer, captain. Turner. Showing all his confidence. Again, not finding a green shirt with that clearance. This ball comes back again. Good interplay there. Well spotted by Turner. Clear his lines. Moruga with a real backs to the wall defensive performance in this second half. Depot PF have set up camp in their own half. As we approach just about 2 more minutes, time added on. These points are not yet safe. A goal separates these two teams. The Moruga really needs to do better to carve out an opportunity if they are to get a share of these points, at least. PF just losing out on that occasion. Shake of the head from Hector in your background there. This is Rivers. Lewis. Sent across there by Daniel. Well spotted by the PF defense. It's a bit of a foot race, a good tackle. He'll recover it. Comes Redhead. No tackles in. That shot is just wrong footing Turner, but saved in the end by the Moruga custodian. PF still have it. Good defensive intervention there. This ball is out to Peters. So Tiba Charles, apologies. Wild tackle comes in. Doesn't get the ball. This one is well over everyone's head. It will go out. Will be shepherded out there by Darren Moore, the Moruga right back. Another poor touch there from Lewis. It's allowing PF to once again come back at Moruga. Here's Hector. All the way over here to Redhead. Again stopped by Charles. It's good football there. But that's it. Referee Keelan Bacchus calls this one to an end. Final score: Deportivo PF 2, Moruga FC 1. It's been a very hard fought 3 points for the men from Point Fortin. Possibly a bit harder than they expected. But at full time, they leave with all 3. Depot PF winning this match, first of 2 matches at the Arima Velodrome. And here are the highlights. First half, first goal, 4 minutes in. Well taken there by Ezekiel Keza. But Moruga would come right back. Ball to LaRoad. Keon LaRoad, well celebrated there. Beautiful football from Tyrese Reefer to set him up. Then a late mistake in this first half, 43rd minute. Foul. Penalty well put away by Nathaniel Garcia into the roof. Bit of argy-bargy there. There you see the protest coming from the Deportivo PF players. Yellow card went to the goal scorer on the road. This ball again from Reefer. That one was from Darren Moore. Not able to find one of his players. Ball in from Ragu. It's well wide of the targets. Another tough tackle there from Moruga, who came to play this afternoon, certainly. It was one of a handful from Isaiah Hudson to go into touch that shot. Houghton Hector came on, and this volley was well wrapped up by Kerval Turner. The shot hit the post from Redhead. Garcia again trying to sneak this one in past Turner. Well saved. A crossfield ball. And then eventual volley going well wide. Just wide, apologies. Kerval Turner called on a couple occasions to keep Moruga in this match. Didn't always go to plan, but did do his best, collecting on that occasion. Moruga still had a little bit in it, but just unable to find that telling touch in the final third. This corner was well wide of the post by Houghton Hector. Would have been a collector's item header for that man there, the diminutive Deportivo PF playmaker. In the end, Turner will not be beaten again in this match. The final score was 2-1 to Deportivo PF. We're going to take a short break and return with the build-up for the second match between Defense Force and Real West Fort. Stay with us.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
Nothing the kind of match you expected given the sides of the table they're on. But now let's hear some reactions from first the Moruga team.
Good night. Well, firstly, pleasant good night to everyone. As you can see, we made a lot of changes. The coach would have mentioned last game that we have a deep squad and we're trying to find the right 11. I think we are a step closer tonight to finding that right 11. Deportivo PF is one of the stronger teams in the competition, and to go down by one goal, a penalty, it shows that we are improving, and Moruga will be a force to be reckoned with in the second round.
In the end of the first round, second round, I guess, how do you guys look forward to building from this performance tonight?
Well, there's a week off, but we certainly wouldn't be off. The coach has already made preparations for us to touch the training ground and keep working. We're looking forward to at least climbing up the table pretty soon.
We certainly look forward for some better performances as we saw tonight from Moruga FC in the second round of this Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago.
And those were the views of the Moruga team. Of course, a very improved performance from them coming up against a top 4 team in Deportivo PF, holding them to just a 1-goal win. 2-1 the final score. Of course, that player just speaking about the fact that it was a penalty. So good football there from Moruga today, good fighting spirit. And now we'll hear from the winning team this evening, Deportivo PF.
And our execution in the last third could have been much better tonight. With the possession we had, the scoreline should be a different picture tonight.
I mean, sometimes they say in this sport it's good to win ugly, and certainly getting the 3 points, continuing a 4-game winning streak for Deportivo now as you head into the break. How do you kind of reassess what happened tonight to come again in the second round?
Yes, but we don't take Moruga for granted. Because already bottom we still have to come and play. We try to execute the plans we set about. It didn't went about how we expected, but we get the 3 points and we could just build on it and prepare ourselves for the second round.
If I could ask you just to be a little bit more specific about what exactly did not pan out the way you guys planned it before coming out to the game today.
Okay. We came to press from the beginning of the game. Again, we come and secure the ball, we possess the ball, but the last third, the finishing. We get any chances, we reach in there, but we're not finishing. It's been a problem for us throughout the first round. We should have more goals. Our defense is doing pretty well, but goal scoring have been letting us down.
Yeah, only 14 before going into today's
Definitely.
game. Well, we hope to see Deportivo certainly ramping up their goal scoring efforts in the second round of this Ascension tournament. Thanks for your thoughts, Assistant Coach Modest.
Thanks a lot.
So there you have it. A win, but a disappointing result there for Deportivo PF. They were hoping to send up their goal average. But we have an interesting second round coming up. These teams are finding their groove and finding it well. Now we'll hear from the player of the match, who is once again sidelined with Jassi Marik.
Our choice for player of the match this evening, Ezekiel Kiza, in a very flat Deportivo performance overall, one of the more lively players. Your thoughts on today's game from a team's perspective?
I find it was a game that was a bit sloppy. I think that we could have done better and been, a little more ruthless, and clinical. But, still thankful for the 3 points, in all fairness.
From a personal standpoint, you got the opening goal. At that stage, it looked as though it would be, business as usual for Deportivo against one of the weaker teams in this tournament. Where did things go wrong?
I don't want to say that we were lackadaisical, but sometimes in these kind of games, it just doesn't get done. You try everything, you do everything right, and sometimes it just doesn't score. So I think that it's just want to brush off really and go back on the training ground and we'll come out again for the second round.
A few starts in this competition, but of late you haven't been on the starting sheet. How do you think your performance tonight enhances your opportunities going forward?
Well, it doesn't really bother me, honestly. I go every day on the training pitch and work hard. And I think that if I'm deserving, I would play. So it doesn't really bother me whether I start or not. I'm just willing to work.
All right, thank you so much, Ezekiel Kiza, our player of the match in the first match of this afternoon's Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago doubleheader from the Arima Velodrome.
Yeah, thanks.
So the thought. Game 2, it will see the defense force trying to continue leaders, Lahokita Rangers. Of course, they lie in second, the Army Coast Guard combination. They'll be taking on Real Westfort United in Game 2. Stay with us. We'll have all of the action in a short few.
The situation we have. The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for carnival if you'll interview him, eh?
But how can you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
We're getting ready for the second match of this doubleheader at the Arima Velodrome from the Ascension Tournament. Defense Force, the second team on the Ascension Tournament standings on 20 points. They will meet the 8th team on the standings, Real Westfort, who are on 7 points. Both teams with a couple changes. Couple of them forced, couple of them made to refresh the teams, so to speak. And let's first hear from the teams in the pre-match interviews. Real Westfort, assistant coach, Gordon. Tell me about any changes you have in your team this afternoon.
Yeah, well, today we are going young. You know, we without Karen Ballpes Cummins, the captain. He has been replaced for more reason than one. And we're going to go with a team that is pretty young. So we're going to go, you're going to see for the first time Kareem Blake Williams. He's going to be starting on top. In the midfield, you're going to see Jamila Antwine as well starring in the midfield. Caleb Keeve also gets into the midfield. So it's going to be a lot of changes. We're going to go with a young team to match Yami with legs.
What's you thinking about playing with a young team especially going into the next round?
Well, we have seen so far we've played 8 games and the results haven't gone our way. We've seen that the older legs have not given us what we have desired thus far, and also the attitude of the camp. We decided that we're going to look as a new team, look towards youth and towards legs. Today we're going to meet the defense force coming on a high, and they're going to be coming at us. And we decided that we're going to match them with legs and be able to stay in the game and get a result, hopefully.
So other than fitness, how do you plan to match the defense force this afternoon?
Well, it's all about tactics. You know, football is about tactics, and it's about we're going to be matching the defense force, not only skill for skill, but also tactically. You know, we have seen what they have been doing on the wings, and we're going to be covering up our defense and looking to strike them on the counter.
Thank you very much, Assistant Coach for Real Westfort, Gordon Pay. Here with Defense Force trainer Sion Kane. Mr. Kane, can you tell me how you've prepared the team this week?
We have done a lot of preparation. As we're not going to take any team for granted. We continue to work hard at the guys' fitness, as you can see. So, I mean, we take it one game at a time, and we work hard to prepare for the next game.
A younger Westfort team this week to contend with. How do you feel about that?
Young, but might be an experience with the type of guys we have playing with us. I think we have a lot of experience on our team. Younger, though, is not the issue much because we have the fitness to match. So I think our experienced guys is going to do the job for us.
And how do you feel about your team's chances of overtaking the people at the top of the league?
I'm not going to get over the top. We just want to take it one step at a time, and we will continue to play good football, and let that speak for us.
Defense Force trainer Sion Kane, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Play in the midfield, Jules Lee should join him, Darius Oliveira, Justin Garcia, Jamil Cooper and Kevin Goddard round out the Defense Force team. Both squads doing their final stretches as the captains meet with the referees. Of course, the referees for this match: Timothy Derry holds the whistle. Kieran Myers is AR1. Odile Brewster is AR2. So there we have the three men in the middle getting ready to get started this match. It means more to Westfort, you'll feel, but with the title just within reach, or the top of the league just within reach, this Defense Force team would not care about how Westfort feels about it. They are expected to come out with their usual fervor, expecting a younger but faster Westfort team, hoping to counteract this Army side that has shown they have what it takes to go to the top. As we get ready for kickoff, Jamil Boatswain will get us started. And we're off. Second match here at the Arima Velodrome. Defense Force looking for all three get up there, meet those Lahokota Rangers where the air is rare at the top of this 10-team table. Westford have the points, but they need to improve. Certainly more than the teams under them. Moruga FC showing good moxie in the first match, but unable to get themselves started. This is an early Defence Force free kick. Bit of miscommunication there between Poon Lewis and his left back. This ball is claimed by Boat Swain. Captain Gonzalez takes over from him. Felix is also in attendance. Will be Felix. This ball goes to the first post, is well cleared by Westford, but only as far as the defense was played. It's juggled here by Sam. Westford eventually get it straight up the pitch and earn themselves a foul. Of gamesmanship keeping them delayed. This ball will go all the way over to Sam. Claims it for Defence Force. A bit deeper than we've seen him this season.
So while Real Westford certainly has rung some changes, it seems as though the Defence Force has also taken the opportunity to rejig themselves a bit. And they have the early throw-in. Jelani Felix picks out Brent Sam, but he can't control it. And it's with the Westford team on this potential counter-attack. The man with bearing a striking resemblance to Alain Saint-Maximin, the Newcastle forward. Giving chase there was Kareem Blake Williams before it ran out of play. Here's Jelani Felix, gets it forward to Sam. Sam was trying to play a quick 1-2. Said gives it back to Real Westford. They move inside now. They themselves return possession to the Defence Force. This is a long chase on for Darius Oliveira. Couldn't reel it in. And so it's a throw-in. Rather a goal kick to the Defence Force. To Real Westford. I stand corrected, and Jack Poon Lewis will oversee the responsibility. Asking for the ball to be played out there, the Real Westford team. The man down is Kareem Blake Williams. He's back on his feet now. Seemed to have just either landed badly or maybe his toes were trod upon as he went into that challenge near the half line. Seems to be okay now, and Real Westford have it with Jamal Burke. Caleb Keel now sets this one away to invite Kishon Murphy. Good work on the defensive turn there was coming from Jules Lee. It's all the way back to the Defence Force captain, Curtis Gonzalez. And then to his goalkeeper, Christopher Biggett. Real Westford get it back. This is Josiah Joseph, but Jelani Felix is a tough customer. He's stripped of it here, though, and Joseph cuts this one back towards the top of the area. Murphy gets it across to Gibson. Still trying to make some space. Before Brendan Creed tried to join the attack from a left-back position. Real Westford still have it now. This is Creed. This is a good sight at goal for him. He looked suspiciously uncomfortable as that ball came onto him and contoured himself into a really awkward position to get off the right-footed attempt at goal. In the end, not troubling Christopher Biggett. And allowing the Defence Force to come forward via the goal kick now. It's with Justin Garcia. Kevon Goddard continues to patrol just in front of his defenders. Good turn by Brent Sam, trying to play this one in towards his forward partner Boatswain before Justin Sadu steps in. Boatswain on the chest, over Jack Poole-Lewis, and ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful goal, crafted almost out of nothing. Really and truly, it was just Sadu trying to prod a pass. It was deflected back onto the chest of Boatswain, and he pivoted before slapping a volley over the top of Jack Poole-Lewis in the Real Westford United goal.
It's time for a selfie. Boatswain may want one after this.
Gem of a goal, as we see again. The ball just deflected by Creed onto Boatswain. He took one touch to bring it down on his chest, and the other sent it looping past Poole-Lewis to give the Defence Force a 1-0 lead here at the Arima Velodrome. So the Defence Force, knowing that they need a win in this game to continue to stay on the heels of Terminix Lockiter Rangers, with a bright start early on. Goal by Jamil Boatswain. And that also certainly keeps him among the upper echelons of the goal scorers in this Ascension tournament.
Yeah, that Boatswain-Sam tandem accounting for most of Defence Force's goals. Of course, no sight of Rion Moore. So they'll have to carry the goal-scoring exploits for their team, and here they come again.
Sam lines up across. This is a good ball in. It flashes past Boatswain. Kept alive by Oliveira, and Sadu draws a fantastic save out of Poole-Lewis. It rouses the Real Westford supporters as Poole-Lewis, and somehow he seems disappointed almost that he was able to keep that one out of the back of the net.
Yeah, great reflex save there. He was a bit blinded by his defender. Came up with the goods. Poole-Lewis.
Here's Felix with the corner. Sam, it's still alive, but the referee had spotted an infringement, Timothy Derry, on that occasion. And he points in the other direction, meaning it's a Real Westford United free kick. Poole-Lewis gets it out to Creed. Gibson now, he's brought down by Goddard. Referee Derry just asking the defense force number 66 to temper his tackles. This is Creed now, gets this one inside to Caleb Kiel. He loses out to Oliveira. Botswain is in an offside position. So Real Westfort United backs against the wall early on in this one, as the defense force trying to get themselves better footing. This is Creed, shrugs off one, and Goddard dives in. The defense force bench almost as if to start a Mexican wave. They spring off their seats in protest at that decision by referee Derry, but his decision is final. Now Westfort United try to pin the defense force into their own half of the pitch.
There we see Boatswain has come up with a beauty to get us started in this match. Just about 12 minutes played. Defense force already lead. So far, the youth of Westfort not being able to contend with men in yellow and blue. But there is a lot of football still to be played in this match. It's a meaty challenge there from Boatswain, who will concede a free kick, showing his willingness to throw his weight around, that time to unsettle Cornel Thomas. Will take this free kick.
So in this refreshed Westfort lineup, they'll certainly look towards players like Rondell Gibson, Creed as well, who's wearing the captain's armband today. Good take here now. This is Josiah Joseph. Gets it to Jamal Burke, who's trying to lift one over the top, but Curtis Gonzalez, the defense force skipper, is present to clear it away.
Both benches looking on pensively at this match. Little more relaxed. These supporters, little too relaxed.
I'm not sure if you can call that one evasive action. Player, spectator doing his best to remain anonymous. Good work there by Kiel. Frees up some space here for Real Westfort. Gibson has it now. On the outside of him is Creed. He gets his head onto it now and just is unable to break kindly for Kareem Blake Williams up top. The lone front man for Real Westfort United today. Kishon Murphy. Good skill by him. Plays this one into the feet of Joseph. Blake Williams now. Will he get a bite at the second ball? He does. Murphy is there still. Trying to go the other way. They're asking for a handball. Referee Derry uninterested as Boatswain hunts down the loose ball.
So as we heard before the match, changes meant to put some hunger in this West Fort lineup. Start a fire under this team as we see Defence Force assistant Hudson Charles is making his first step forward on the touchline. The professor certainly hoping that his new students can come up with the goods this evening. Poon Lewis on that occasion alive to the danger posed by Jameel Cooper.
To start that playoff, that was really strong work there by Darius Oliveira, holding the ball up and then turning his man nicely. Speaking of nicely, that certainly describes the audience here at the Arima Velodrome. As a wide array of spectators gather, both in support of the earlier two teams as well as these two.
Yeah, good cross-section of football fans at this Ascension tournament Saturday doubleheader. There we see two players getting crossed up there. It will be a Defence Force free kick, quickly taken by Lee.
And Hudson Baba Charles, former Trinidad and Tobago international, former Defence Force midfielder himself, as well as a Trinidad and Tobago co-head coach, assistant coach. So a man who's made his way around the park as far as the sport goes. Today he's in charge of the Defence Force, trying to ensure that they keep a pace with Terminix Lahokata Rangers at the very summit of this Ascension tournament. So far, so good for them. This is Brent Sam trying to get a cross over. Cornel Thomas is there to block it away.
Yeah, certainly assistant coach Charles charged with passing on the words of head coach Lloyd Andrews, who's often taking a kind of overwatch of the Defence Force matches, observing from afar and passing on his instructions. Got a good arrangement, it works for them. They are, of course, second in the league. With all the changes, here's the West Fort number 1, Jacques Poon Lewis.
Good desire there shown by Murphy. But it's the Defence Force coming away. This is Cooper. On the outside of him is Sam, who switched over to this near side. Can't find the right ball for the second opportunity in a row. His attempted pass across goal is cut out by Cornel Thomas. Christopher Biggett now with it. Man wearing the gloves for the Defence Force. The younger brother of another famed Trinidad and Tobago goalkeeper, Cleon John. Who for years kept goal for teams such as San Juan Jablote, St. Anne's Rangers, and others. Once again, it's a family thing, certainly, in local football. Brief stoppage in play as Jamal Burke secures his cleats ahead of a throw-in for Real Westford. As you see on the far side, the crowd not exactly matching what's taking place on this near side or the northern side of this Arima Velodrome, but certainly has the potential to grow as word spreads around Arima and environs that the Defence Force holds a 1-0 lead over Real Westford United in game 2 of today's doubleheader in the Ascension Tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. That goal scored in the 7th minute by Jamil Boatswain, and certainly a delightful goal indeed. Can't wait to see the replays of that one.
I'm sure Boatswain would love to see that as well. A couple times this weekend.
Good work here by Oliveira again, and it could have gone anywhere as Caleb Kiel got in the defensive work. And the Defence Force works so very hard to win back possession, as they always do. This is a good ball to Josiah Joseph. Good take as well. Here's Kishon Murphy. Tries to buy himself some time. Unable to do so before the ball went out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for the Defence Force. The professor is not a happy man at all as he tries to urge his team on from the sidelines. But I'll tell you what, anyone could have told you that tonight's matchup was going to be a very difficult encounter for Real Westford, as we saw there. Cooper skinning his man.
Certainly starting some testy exchanges at the start here. No one wants to make it on the highlight reel.
I'm afraid some of them already have, Jovan. Knowingly or not. Good take there by Gibson to set Real Westford United forward. This is Joseph, gets it into Blake Williams, who can't keep it in touch. Not sure if you could spot there on that far side the bucket-toting fixture of local football. The Drinksman. He'll make a long trot around the cycling track in search of Sales. Another man in search of something is Sam. Can't pick out Boatswain on that attempt.
Certainly Bigot would want some refreshment behind that Defence Force goal.
He's not had much to do, Bigot, and I hope that it's not the same for the Drinksman. I hope he's had an abundance of sales at this venue here tonight.
He's making his way across very energetically, very determined figure. 2 buckets, pumping his way across the pitch, across this velodrome.
Fancy a drink, Jovan?
Come on now.
Of course, we'll be sure to temper our arguments, so to speak. Meanwhile, this is the defense force coming forward. Jules Lee finds Sam on this near side. Continues his run. Leaves his man swiping at air. Can't polish it off with a pass to a defense force shirt. Speaking of polished, Justin Sadu.
Yeah, real quality football there from the defense force creative midfielder. It's had a very good tournament so far. One of the puppeteers for this defense force team.
Sam certainly has been working on Creed along this near touchline. Just a few moments ago, he left his man for dead. This time, as he put up the big screen, Creed was determined to get around it, couldn't.
Man or the ball?
Certainly not both. The old school way. This is a good shot coming in from Kevin Goddard from distance. Poon Lewis equal to it. But he just thought about keeping the Real Westfort United goalkeeper honest. Kevin Goddard, another Trinidad and Tobago international in this defense force lineup. Not renowned for his goal scoring or even shooting from distance. But on that occasion, certainly asking himself, why not?
And he does his primary function so well, jetting across this defense force midfield, cleaning up, patching up.
Sam really looking to work on Creed. Creed just having the final say that time.
One of those may need some patching up at the end of this contest.
Perhaps even both. They know each other well from secondary schools football though. Brent Sam, from his days with San Juan North. More popularly known as Book. And of course, Creed, once upon a time the Fatima College captain. So things just gradually striking up here at the Arima Velodrome. Game 2 of this doubleheader. The defense force 1, Real Westfort United 0. A goal scored in the 7th minute by Jamil Boatswain. Defense force looking for more. This is Cooper. Thinks about the shot. Decides against it. Oliveira has a crack. And it just rolls into the arms of Poon Lewis, who dishes it out now to Jamal Burke. Gets it back and thumps it forward. And out of touch.
Defense force dominating possession so far. Westfort being made to pick up the scraps. That man Goddard, very much a big part of it. Justin Sadu as well. And Cooper, that midfield trio. Hoarding the possession for this defense force team.
He's leaping this one up to Boatswain. It's with Cornel Thomas now. Once more. Goddard with the mop-up operations for the defense force before Sadu is dragged to the ground just over the half line. Free kick to the defense force. So to go along with the drink, you may fancy a bag of salt or fresh, or cashews. as one popular local nuts vendor terms it.
This man is focused on some more sustenance. His team needs points if they are to survive.
Forget about salt or fresh. Ooh, good skill there by Kiel for a lunging tackle. Jules Lee feels the brunt of it. He's back on his feet though, out of shot. Just in your picture now. Furthest left in yellow. Real Westford again. This is Kiel. Can't direct his pass accurately enough to pick out Murphy on this near side. Excellent hold-up play again by Boatswain. Before Sadu uncharacteristically gives that one away. This is Jamil Antoine now to Gibson. Josiah Joseph. Crowded out by Goddard, Sadu and company. And Sadu coming away with it now. Plays this one on the outside of Oliveira. And out of touch.
Yeah, so certainly more scrappy from Westford. They gave away possession a little too easily in the matches that they've been second best in. Yet to see some real end product from them. Hold that thought.
Trying to win it high up the field, certainly, and almost did so. For Gibson is charged guilty of impeding the progress of Cooper for the defense force. That's Jamil Cooper. Certainly not in agreement was Charles, assistant coach. Early cross comes in, Boatswain was trying to find his feet, couldn't. Goal kick, Westford. Kiel picks it up, gets it into Murphy, who's trying to hound it down, can't. The ball just bobbles around the midfield, the center circle area before the defense force get it into the feet of Sam, trying to play Sadu in, unable to do so. So approaching 35 minutes played. Just a smidge over 10 minutes left in this first period. The defense force leading 1-0. Here come Real Westford. This is Gibson, tripped up by Oliveira. Taken quickly. It's out wide now with Creed. He's playing a ball flat across the top of the 18-yard area, but there's Curtis Gonzalez. He sent Sam away. He's pushing past Thomas. Checks back on Kiel rather. Finds Sadu approaching. And that shot leaves a lot to be desired by the usually silky smooth Justin Sadu.
Yeah, Sadu just getting under that one. Not going the way he wanted. Looked to be a speculative effort. Boatswain just asking him to maybe consider his efforts a little more.
Or perhaps to buy his DVD. Goal scoring made simple.
Certainly some good highlights there. Jamil Boatswain, about 9 goals this season. Right there in the top 3 of goal scorers in this Ascension tournament.
Creed there winning the latest battle with Brent Sam, rather, brother of Hector Sam. They come forward now with Boatswain trying to hook this one over the top, but he'd come back from an offside position. Referee Derry was alerted to it by his near side assistant referee Kieran Miles. And that was Gibson. Loses out to Sadu, but he's still chasing after it. Before Cooper steps in and releases Oliveira. This is a good ball. He has 2 ahead, including Boatswain and Sam. Gets it now to Boatswain. Good take. He has Sam on the outside. Gets it now, Sam. And his low shot almost ran into the path of Oliveira on that far post. Didn't look intentional, but certainly Oliveira would have taken it if he could.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting to see the ball just go bouncing past him. It's a good approach. Ball eventually coming to Boatswain. Spotted Sam. This looked like a shot to me, but it also looked like a shot, more importantly, to Oliveira.
I think Sam's first touch let him down there, took him marginally away from goal, forcing him to stretch for the shot. But again, here comes the defense force. This is Oliveira trying to just toe poke that one past Poon Lewis, who gathers, dishes out to Gibson. An expansive attempt, trying to set Murphy on the gallop on that far side. He's gone over there now, Murphy, on the switched position with Josiah Joseph, who's come to this near side.
A little more communication needed between these creative midfielders and the men on the forward line for Westford. Certainly good ideas, just the execution letting them down. As we approach 40 minutes played in the second match of a doubleheader at the Arima Velodrome. Here's Lee again battling. It's Goddard sending it to safety.
So the assumption is that the Westford team has gone with younger, fitter players to try to match the Army stride for stride. How has that ploy worked out for them in your opinion, Jovan? As we see Boatswain trying to fashion another chance. Cooper was arriving, Sam was there as well, all bowing their heads in disappointment that the pass never arrived, but Boatswain had other ideas. Shooting directly at Poon Lewis, though, in the Real Westford goal.
Back to your question, Jassy. I think the energy is good for Westford. Like in the Moruga match, we've seen a different approach to the way that they defend. But they have certainly to bridge the gap in quality. And certainly they have a lot of quality to chase right now. That first goal from Boatswain putting down a marker in this match. The likes of Goddard, Sadu, Lee and Cooper doing their best as well in the midfield to take care of the ball and construct this play for Defence Force. So a little more focus needed from these young Westford combatants. As Defence Force come again. Here's Boatswain and he's offside. Again, another well-constructed move, Jassy.
Yeah, certainly, and a good run by Boatswain, trying to go through those channels. Unfortunately, he didn't time it to perfection. But certainly an indication of what this Defence Force team is capable of when they move forward. Defensively, they've been very solid as well. They'll have some defending to do here as Murphy gets onto this forward pass. He's asking for a handball. Blake Williams arrives now, and this is Murphy again. Gibson, a bit too intricate that time. And perhaps something a little bit more simplistic might have sufficed. Here's Oliveira now, shrugged off of it by Jamal Burke. Gets it back to Poon Lewis. That's really composed stuff there by Justin Garcia, Trinidad and Tobago international. Here's Sam now, but he's drifted offside as well. Much to the relief of Brendan Creed, who I venture to say has seen enough of Brent Sam in this first half.
Yeah, I think they'll be a bit sick of each other as this match continues to wear on. And with good reason.
Interestingly enough, I seem to recall that Creed has had the only shot for Real Westford in the opening, approaching 43 minutes of this match, off target. Didn't ask Christopher Biggett to save. So while they've been pretty sturdy defensively, this Real Westford team, and I say that with a pinch of salt because they do trail 1-0 and the Defence Force certainly has had its chances. But I think Westford would want to perhaps be a bit more adventurous come the second half if they do manage to go in trailing 1-0. They can come forward now. Here it's 2-on-3 after Josiah Joseph picked his man, and he's going for a ambitious is putting it kindly. An ambitious attempt that's blocked off, and really and truly they should have been looking to be a bit more decisive on that approach.
Yeah, certainly, as you said before, a little more conservative in their play. A lot more patient.
This is a good-looking ball by Curtis Gonzalez. Oliveira had snuck through, and maybe he couldn't even believe it. But unable to put his shot on target that time as he rubs his head in disbelief.
So here we were speaking about patience on one end and a bit of route one stuff there from the Defence Force, showing that sometimes you need to switch it up. Westford will do well to take note.
Here comes Jelani Felix. He's gone on a mazy solo run and just tries to find the final ball towards Sam. He gets it now, Sam, and maybe a pass too many that time. But it was an unchallenged run by Jelani Felix out of defense that made it all happen. Sam with the final shot, though, not doing justice to the work of the Defence Force left back.
Yeah, it's good for teamwork when you see players being so unselfish in those kind of areas, but not so good for the tally As we see 2 minutes of time added on at the end of this first half. Just about a minute and a half remaining. Did that one count, Jassy?
It counted. It certainly did. Josiah Joseph. He's been a bright spark for Real Westford. Started out on the right before switching over to this left side for a brief bit. He's back on that right side now. Could be a bit more responsible in his decision making. As we see both Swain being punished for a handball as he tried to pick it off of Cornel Thomas. And once again, just unable to make something out of the free kick was Real Westford. They come forward again though. This is Murphy. Good hold up. Pushes it back to Kiel. Ahead of him is Creed as well as Blake Williams. But he's going to have to work harder to win it off of Defence Force captain Curtis Gonzalez.
Wins himself a corner.
That'll do. Just seconds left. Referee Derry takes stock. Gibson would have to hurry this one over. There was Sam to flick it away and get it away from the danger zone to end this first half in game 2 of a doubleheader here at the Arima Velodrome in the Ascension tournament. At halftime, it's the Defence Force 1, Real Westford United 0 in a first half that really didn't live up to expectations. But by the Defence Force's standards, they'll be happy to go in with a lead. And it's all to play for in the second period here from the Arima Velodrome.
Yeah, for the Dominance, Defence Force just leading 1-0. As we look at how this first half unfolded. Good performance so far from this Army Coast Guard combined unit.
This was Real Westford United with the first attempt. Brendan Creed there couldn't get his shot on target before we saw what Jamil Botswain, or rather we were reminded of what he can do on short notice at that. A really great goal scored there by the Defence Force number 9. Paying salute to those in the stands. They continue to have chances and could have gone 2-0 up, but for a blinding save there by Jack Poon Lewis in goal for Real Westford United. Sam continued to be on the prowl, trying to get his players involved. This was Sadu. He couldn't pick out the top corner as he was aiming for. And then Botswain with another opportunity, passing it off to Sam. And that one just flashed across goal with Oliveira arriving just a bit too late. The Defence Force continued to look for opportunities. This was Botswain again. Did well to make room, but couldn't trouble Poon Lewis too much. And he'd beaten the offside trap. Left Cornel Thomas for dead, but couldn't place the shot past Poon Lewis. He did get the ball into the back of the net here. As we look at it in slow motion, it looked pretty tight. But assistant referee Kieran Myers had already lifted his flag for offside. I'll tell you what wasn't offside. This chance to Oliveira. Couldn't put it on target, however, but the chances continued to come for the Defence Force. That time Sam, all alone, perhaps didn't realize it and tried to square it across. Eventually it ran out for a Real Westford United goal kick, which sees it at halftime. The Defence Force won the leaders over the boys from the Northwestern Peninsula. It's halftime in the Ascension Tournament, game 2 here at the Arima Velodrome. We'll be back in short order to take you through the second half.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't pay God, at least they will pay Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods can impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Laden's son come here for carnival if you'll interview me.
But how can you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
It's here at a newsstand near you. It's the Guardian Lucky Number Draw. Your daily chance to win $1,000 instantly when you purchase the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian. It's quick and easy for your chance to win. A unique number will be printed at the back of each Guardian newspaper daily. Purchase your Guardian newspaper, then join JW for the daily Guardian Lucky Number Draw, the winning number on just before the nightly news on CNC3. If the number drawn matches the unique number at the back of your Guardian newspaper, then $1,000 is yours. Just bring the winning Guardian newspaper and a picture ID to Guardian Media Limited. You have until 3 p.m. the following workday to claim your prize. It's the Guardian Lucky Number Draw. Your daily chance to win. NLCB approved.
Are you at home feeling isolated? Don't worry, we will bring the world to you. The nation's first and leading newspaper, the Trinidad and Tobago Guardian, is extending a special home delivery for 30 days for just $99. Yes, for just $99, you can get the T&T Guardian newspaper, the fastest growing and most read newspaper, most credible and highest reader value, and voted tops for best publication by more readers than any other newspaper, delivered to your home. It's easy to subscribe to our home delivery. Simply call us now at 225-4465 extension 4274 and speak to one of our customer service representatives, and we will bring the world to you.
We are the fourth estate. We educate, we inform, and we hold those in authority, politicians, business leaders, and others, to account.
Connecting the public to the truth drives our purpose here at CNC3. When we stand behind a desk every single night, a lot of people don't know that we're a huge part of the news process. We eat, breathe, and sleep news. And that reflects in everything that we do as a news team.
Every day we tell the stories of people's journey through life. Stories of their success, stories of their sadness, stories of their grief, stories of their glory. We're the mirror in which society looks at itself.
When a storm is coming, everyone always thinks worst case scenario, and sometimes it may just be a brief shower or two. It's not always going to be a green veil level event. So So it's important to have the most credible and accurate information coming from a verified source.
Welcome, you're watching the 7 o'clock news on CNC3.
Calling all filmmakers, producers, content creators, influencers, and recording artists. If you're looking to rent a versatile studio space with green screen, video wall, cyclorama, and more, look no further. GM Labs is here to make your dreams a reality. Located in the heart of Port of Spain on St. Vincent Street, GM Labs is your one-stop shop for all your creative needs with over 2,800 square feet to work with. Take your creative concept to the final product at GM Labs. Give us a call or WhatsApp or message us on our Instagram and Facebook pages at GM Labs TT.
Everyone has a unique story to tell. Help us tell your stories.
We all see the negatives happening here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Let us begin the conversation
with inspiring content.
Targeting change.
Inspire TT. Be the change.
The Digital Guardian launches this all-new upgraded Digital Guardian app. This all-new upgraded Digital Guardian app gives you live news on the go. Now get real-time news faster with notifications free of charge to keep you informed on breaking stories. Customize your news feed with only articles you are interested in for easier, comfortable reading and with same convenient access to the digital paper. Visit the iOS App Store and Google Play Store to download or update the Digital Guardian app, the most credible news in T&T. Already have an account? Simply tap on the resource subscription button in settings to sign in. It's a free update.
Make sure you have yourself a great investment week by viewing The Boss Report every Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. during CNC3's The Morning Brew. You'll get sound financial advice, whether you're a new or experienced investor, when you view The Boss Report. CNC3, covering your world.
Get the nation's leading newspaper on the go by downloading the Digital Guardian app on your iOS or Android devices now and enjoy our special introductory subscription offer now on. The nation's first and best digital paper in an easy-to-read digital format. The Digital Guardian, Trinidad and Tobago's fastest growing, most subscribed and most read digital paper. Stay on top with the market leader and don't miss a beat in today's fast-paced world. Go to Apple Store or Google Play and download now.
There's a taste in the air everywhere. Feel the vibe cause it's something to share. Smooth, rich and creamy, you'll find it right here. Makes you smile, relax a while, it's fun and good cheer. Ooh, enjoy every scoop. Ooh, every taste will get you hooked. We have flavors that you love, a combination special. Come along, enjoy your treats. This is Uncle Pete's.
The situation we have here is that these characters, and I refer to them as pests, right? What they are doing is destroying our country, but not on my watch. No street, no turf, no block shall belong to these cockroaches, right? It's no longer business as usual. Happy hour is over. If they don't fear God, at least they will fear Terminix.
Have you considered how your methods could impact on pests across the country?
I find we look after the rights of pests as opposed to the rights of the 1.3 million law-abiding citizens in Trinidad and Tobago. I wonder if Roach Ladden's son come here for the carnival if you'll interview him, eh?
But how could you defend one shot, one kill?
What? You want me to throw a pillow at him?
I didn't say that.
No, well, if a roach jumps in front of you now, what will you do?
Run.
Oh, Jesus, Lord Father.
Pests bothering you? Call Terminix at 672-5007 or 672-0042 or visit our website at terminix.co.tt for a free quote and consultation. Join our fight against pests.
What is television? It seems like a simple question, but television means different things to different people. We in the Caribbean are very unique people. That's why we need unique television. Welcome to M&E TV, where we showcase our lives in the Caribbean. M&E TV is about us, the special way we talk, the way we walk, dance, move. M&E TV is about me. It's about you. M&E TV is about our amazing Caribbean experience.
It's here at a newsstand near you.
We're back at the Velodrome for the second match of this doubleheader between Defence Force and Real West Fort. Score is 1-0 at halftime. A beauty scored by Jamil Boat-Swain in only the 7th minute of this match. Real West Fort holding on until the end of the first 45 to still have 1 foot in this game. Defence Force will want to take full advantage of their domination of possession, keep Baguette Board in their goal. No indications just yet of any substitutions from either side. A lot of football still to play. The decisive 45 in this match. West Fort's young ambassadors this week surely showing that they may be up to the task. Bench looking very relaxed. The professor continues to be pensive just on the border. Final instructions just going out to the team. See Blake Williams, the white headband, stepping up to take the touch. So we look at the Grand Arima General Hospital in the background as the second half gets started. Defence Force are attacking the eastern goal. West Fort are attacking the goal west.
Here they come again. This is Cooper. 2 in attendance. He makes a beeline and is brought down by Burke. So it's going to be an early free kick in this second half for the Defence Force. Referee Derry marks the spot. Felix spots the ball. Four Defence Force players towards the back post, and Boat-Swain just about the middle. He gets it delivered onto his head, but he can't direct it on target.
Sharp chance there for Boat-Swain. Unable to find the target. Add to his tally this evening. Still disappointed. such as the high standard he holds himself to.
It's his goal that separates the two teams. Scored in the 7th minute. A quality strike by Jamil Boatswain, and on its merit certainly deserves to be a winner here tonight, but I can assure you the defense force will want more. Sadu. Well defended there by combination of Kiel and Murphy. Throw into the defense force. This is Curtis Gonzalez. Clips one up towards Boatswain. Good challenge there by Thomas, and Josiah Joseph brings it away for Real Westfort. Plays it into Murphy rather. He just can't get it back to Joseph as he was making a move on that left side. Bigot rolls this one to Justin Garcia. Goddard shows for it. Garcia has Gonzalez in support. Good hold up there by Oliveira. Good ball over the top. This is Sadu. On the overlap, here comes Oliveira, but it's cleared away by Malik Kwao of Real Westfort. Another throw-in for the defense force. Cross comes in. Thomas was stretching a bit, but does enough to keep it away from goal and concedes instead a corner kick to the defense force.
Good decision. Brent Sam was just looming behind him. Want to maintain their concentration. Westfort. It's been their downfall this tournament so far. Sadu will take this corner.
Goddard holds possession nicely. It's back with Gonzalez. Sadu gets it now. Not the greatest of first touches. Over comes Kiel to make the clearance. So 5 minutes already played in the second half. The defense force trying to extend their 1-0 advantage. They have it along the right side now with Oliveira. Good ball into Cooper, trying to slip Boatswain in. The pass was just a bit behind him. The defense force have to try again. This is now Cooper. Hustled out of possession. Gibson plays this one now into Blake Williams. We haven't seen too much of him. He hasn't had very much service to bite on. Here they come now. This is Josiah Joseph. Creed in support. Lets it run. Dances over it. Plays a good ball into Murphy. And this is a good looking cross towards Blake Williams. Murphy's back in there. Does well. Goes over. No penalty. Gibson with the shot. Blocked. Defense was bringing it away now on that far side. Oliveira. Good work defensively by Kiel. Here comes Kwao. Murphy had adjudged himself offside. Didn't bother showing any interest in the ball in behind, and now the defense force bring it forward. Gonzalez. To his left is Garcia, and further to his left, Felix, who gets it now. Felix goes off on a run. Shuffles it into Goddard. This is a good ball out to Oliveira. Holds on to possession nicely, and he's driving now at the Westford defense. Might go down, he doesn't, he's still in possession. Oliveira brings it onto his left and just can't keep it down with the goal begging in front of him. Poon Lewis looked beaten all ends up.
Now Sam and Boatswain both shaking their heads, but can't grudge him this. Oliveira did all the hard work. He's looking for that top corner. That V, as it's called, Poon Lewis's goal, would have been one of the goals of the tournament had it gone in.
Right up there alongside Boatswain's earlier item, which opened scoring. They'll still have to find another way. So you see contrasting images there of the two men in charge of either team. The animated Ron Laforet, the professor, and the much more subdued figure of Hudson Charles on the Defence Force touchline. Here come the Defence Force again. This ball is played in towards Boatswain. He can't hold on, but it's with Sadu now. Goddard shuffles it back to Gonzalez and then gets in the way of his skipper. Gibson just maneuvers his way out of trouble. Kiel now goes down. Tripped by Sadu. They played quickly. It's with Creed now. Two ahead of him, including Gibson, who gets it now. Further out wide is Joseph. He'll have a shot. And that one is out of play. Meanwhile, Kiel remains down near the center circle.
Yeah, a bit worse for Ware Kiel. He did well to battle back possession for his team. He's paid with it. Paid for it. For a bit of a knock on his right leg.
Being attended to now is the Real Westford defensive midfielder. He's done a pretty okay job just protecting the defense. Most of them would be in agreement.
Will get us restarted.
So 10 minutes gone in the second half. The Defence Force still holding a slim 1-0 advantage. Real Westford would feel as though they could claw themselves back at any moment now. Sam works on Burke on this near side, and Thomas again present before Burke chooses safety. Sam shows for it. Gets it back to Felix, who will swing across in. But Swain seems to have struck the arm. Spotted immediately by referee Timothy Derry. But Swain still continuing to look threatening in and around the Real Westford penalty area.
Like you rightly said earlier, they won't be satisfied with this 1-0 lead. They've cleared the bench. Everyone has been sent to warm up. So expect some changes.
Led by trainer Kane.
Sion Kane did say that they would be prepared for whatever Westford would throw at them, young team or not. So far, they've shown themselves more than capable.
Here's Sam though, gets by 2. Can't get by a third. Jamil Antoine doing the defending there. Sam gets it back to Cooper. Tried to be cheeky. Saw off by the Westford defense. Felix now. Botswain is there, takes it nicely, holds his cool, and places this one comfortably past a sprawling Poon Lewis to make it 2-0 to the Defence Force in the 58th minute.
Yeah, Jamil Botswain showing another great two-touch finish. Very deft one to control. And an equally deft one to score his second.
Hints of a handball we'll see here. Not conclusive from that angle. Maybe this one might offer something better, and it doesn't seem that way. And just behind that goal, his teammates in the warm-up were delighted to see that one go in for Jamil Botswain's second of the night. The Defence Force's second as well. And they lead Real Westford United 2-0. Just approaching 1 hour played. So they had it coming, Real Westford United. Botswain certainly had it coming. He had more than a few good chances in the first half as well as in the second. And able to make good on that occasion to put his team into the ascendancy, and they are coming again. This is Oliveira, good strength, good skill as well. Cooper shifts it out to Sam. Sam will have a crack. He saw the goal looming large in front of him. Tried to give Poon Lewis the eyes, but unable to put his shot on target. Brent Sam.
Yeah, good opportunity for Sam to find his way onto the score sheet. More good work from Oliveira. Shot is high of Poon Lewis's crossbar. Possible replacements going through their paces at the back of the Defence Force goal, of the Westford goal, apologies. Front row seat to that Jamil Botswain second goal.
So while the Defence Force replacements or potential replacements warm up, you see Real Westford assistant coach Gordon Pear perhaps thinking about some adjustments himself. Not just yet. Maybe they can fashion something here. This is Gibson. Kiel gets it out to Creed. Dances his way out of trouble. Gibson again, trying to be inventive. Sadu knows a thing or two about that. This is Murphy again, sloppy there from Real Westford going forward. He'll have to go backward now as Sam takes his man on. Tries to just run past. Burke gets the cross in. Poon Lewis alert. Just claims it before dishing out to Gibson. Gibson rounds Goddard. Creed steps in to get it further upfield. Chance perhaps for Real Westford to push out. If they don't, they sit back. despite tireless work there by Blake Williams. It's back with Sam now. Good touch. He'll run at his man again, Burke. Goes on the inside but can't connect with Cooper. Gibson again, and once more another Real Westford giveaway. Goddard and Felix. One back by Murphy for Real Westford. Now Antoine pushes it forward to Blake Williams. This is Josiah Joseph now. Gibson in support gets it. Antoine. A bit static from Real Westford. No movement off of the ball, so perhaps the idea that there might be some more running in this 11 not panning out the way the technical staff envisioned for Real Westford United, as Sam just easily moves around his man. The final ball, though, had too much on it for Felix. And right on cue, Jamal Burke has gone down with a bit of cramp, it seems. The defense force also take the opportunity to make a substitution, replacing Cooper, who's had a decent shift in the middle of that midfield. And in comes Rivaldo Coriat.
So defense force just looking for a little refresher of that attacking midfield position. Coriat will function just behind the two strikers, Boatswain and Sam. Boatswain, of course, is on a hat-trick, having firmly put defense force in the driver's seat with his 2 goals early on either side of the half.
It's really attractive interplay here from Real Westford to fashion some space for Murphy. His crosses asking the defense force to clear. They do know through Sadu. Here come Westford again. Kiel. He goes back to Thomas. Thomas now trying to pick out Josiah Joseph, but can't. The defense force have it back. Justin Sadu. To Lee. Sadu again to the new man on the pitch, Coriat. Good interplay with Oliveira. Coriat still has it. Thinks about a shot, instead gets it out to Sam on this near side. Sam takes his man on and will flash a ball across goal. Boatswain was arriving, so too Oliveira. None of them soon enough to get a decisive touch on this one. Sam is having a belter of a match for the defense force. Continues to be a nuisance on this left side.
Yeah, and Sam just showing all his tricks and flicks. Great footwork for the big guy there. You see it, gets on his bike and tries to find either goal or man at that far post.
So the defense force really and truly cruising at this point. Another goal certainly would knock the winds out of the sails of an already dejected looking Real Westford United. Garcia now, Justin Garcia to Sam, and Sam is the go-to man, it seems, quite obviously, for the defense force. As Gibson is hounded out of it by Sadu and Coriat. Sadu has a crack and another good save by Poon Lewis. Didn't seem to know too much about it until it was right upon him. Manages to keep it out and keeps this deficit from growing. A reflex save, it seemed, there by Poon Lewis.
Yeah, good fight there from the two creative midfielders for Defense Force. Sadu's shot saved and then cleared by Poon Lewis. Did well to keep them out as Westford prepare a couple changes.
Isaiah Primus enters at the expense of Kareem Blake Williams. Josiah Joseph also calls it a night. Player coming on is Akil Thomas. Goddard is such a tidy play on the ball. Doesn't give away possession too often. Here he is again. Bustled off of it by the incoming man, Akil Thomas. But referee Derry wasn't too pleased with the way or the manner in which possession was won back.
Just as you spoke about him not losing possession, there was Thomas trying to make you eat your words. But he has been very tidy throughout this campaign. Has Goddard. He's a very small player. Almost untouchable in the center of this Defense Force team, the heart, so to speak, of their lineup.
Oliveira to Sadu, gets it back now. Oliveira, no, he doesn't. Creed steps in. He's trying to play the big ball, big outlet pass to another substitute, Primus. Here's Sam again, just advantaging Burke. Play on, says the referee, and another good ball across goal there by Sam. Inviting anyone with the...
Yeah, at some point somebody has to find themselves at that far post. There we see Sam asking, what more do you want?
He's won all of his battles this afternoon, Sam. Might find himself in another here against Burke. This time the pass from Swain didn't favor his strike partner and allows Burke to clear it off of Sam.
Burke probably getting his back on that occasion. The earlier session of manhandling he had to endure.
I'm not sure that will suffice, but sometimes you just have to settle for whatever you get. As we are Westford United edge forward along this near side touchline. Murphy with another throw in for them. Burke asks him to leave it, but Murphy has other ideas. Earns a corner kick out of it. Burke comes forward now. And perhaps for the nightmare of a match he's had defending Sam, he can turn provider here. It's a good flat delivery. Headed away by Sam. And now the Defense Force are on the charge. Oliveira Yards of space ahead of him. Coriat makes a run towards the near post. He goes inside instead to Boatswain, and I just think he was rushing himself. It could have been the hat trick. A really intelligent run by Coriat, asking the defenders to follow into the far post. And arriving down the middle of the goal was Boatswain. Tried to side foot it in. Perhaps he could have taken a touch or two. We've seen his two-touch football is certainly up to par this evening. His one-touch football, not so much.
Yeah, almost a perfect counter-attack there. Boatswain just probably not knowing how much time he had. Did have time for a touch. Most likely trying to go for the spectacular cherry on top. What would have been his hat-trick.
.73 minutes or so played now between the Defence Force and Real Westfort United. The Soldiers lead 2-0 on a double by Jamil Boatswain. Goals either side of half-time. And he's certainly in the mood for a third. I would even say he's due a third.
Thought you were going to say he was in a big mood.
Finesse. So Westfort just unable to string the passes together. This is Sadu, gets it back from Goddard. Coriat now. Certainly come on to be that player, just to hold on to possession a bit. Wait for the spaces to open up, and this is Sam with a big switch over to Oliveira. Jules Lee joins the attack now. Coriat. Felix. Ahead of him is Sam opening out. Giving himself some space and room to run at Burke yet again. Sadu overlaps. Sam again. Felix now. Sadu asking for it. Gets it. Just loses out to Jamil Antoine there. Sadu perhaps not quite clear in his mind what he wanted to do once the ball arrived. This is Jelani Felix now. He'll advance the ball. Plays this one inside. I believe it was meant for Sam, but it runs through to Boatswain before it's cleared by the Westfort defense. Goddard again. Always present, it seems. Just where they need him to be, Goddard. Sam again is asked to deliver. He does. This is another good ball, and Oliveira, after it eluded Boatswain, Oliveira is there to knock it in, and he runs over to Sam. Actually bypasses the provider to celebrate just in front of the Defence Force bench. Sam gets his acknowledgement now. He's had a brilliant game, Brent Sam. And it was he that provided the goal that makes it 3-0 in favor of the Defence Force. Real Westfort United used the opportunity to make a substitution. In comes Gary Griffith III, and out goes Rondell Gibson, who's had a good game for them in the middle of the park, but certainly has run out of steam as we look at this one again from Sam.
Yeah, and we did say that somebody had to show up at that last post. It had to be Oliveira. He's been up and down that wing, and celebration says it all. One of the most popular in world football today. Certainly well worth it for Oliveira. Pull out the party favors as Defence Force really and truly take full control of this match against Real Westfort.
Getting rid of the tape there is Burke. And if the Real Westford staff doesn't think so, he certainly has had enough. Nightmare of a game defending Brent Sam. And certainly feeling the effects of Sam's relentless pressure on this near side.
Yeah, it's really been an onslaught. Sam having his way with Burke, who seems to be ready to come back on, despite what may be his better instincts.
The question left to be answered is for how long? How much longer can he take what's being dished out to him? In the meantime, the defense force have made a substitution, and it seems as though Swain has been removed, or rather Oliveira, just as he's gotten his name onto the score sheet. He's out. In comes Dwight Quintero. Defense force still looking for more. Quintero's in attendance, so too Sam. This now is Justin Garcia. He goes down rather softly.
So I've been reliably informed that defense force need one more goal to see the summit of this Ascension tournament table. They were 3 behind leaders Terminix Lahokata Rangers, and will most likely be pushing to get another on the score sheet for their first taste of the lead right at the end of this first round of competition in the 2022 tournament. There we see the men on the touchline discussing the way forward for Westford. Hasn't gone to plan for them. But they'll keep plugging away against one of the teams of the tournament. Defense force. Ball comes off of Coriat. It's back with Westford here.
It's into Gary Griffith III to Murphy, and he just trips over himself. Dogged work there. To get this one out to Cree. This is Gary Griffith III. A couple step overs. Still in the hunt. But he's seen off of it by Kishon Hackshaw, one of the defense force substitutes. Here they come again, the defense force. Coriat trying to spring them forward.
Goddard just winning through for defense force to release some pressure.
Jules Lee trying to find options. Gets this one up towards Quintero. The flick on is picked up by Hackshaw. Sam is in the hunt. This is Quintero trying to play it back towards the top of the area where Sadu was awaiting. Sadu gets it now from Felix. And it's literally keep ball now by the defense force. Goddard. Back to Gonzalez. Ahead of him is Hackshaw. He goes instead by drilling this one. Actually, this is Hackshaw. Takes his man on. Creed gets a good ball across. Sadu seemed to be anchored to his position. Justin Garcia now to Felix. Ahead of him is Sam. Ever willing. Good overlapping run now by Coriat. What a player he's looked to be since he's come on. Thinks twice about supplying it to Quintero, who had checked his run and just couldn't get it by Quao. And this is another giveaway. Sam. He likes it in these kinds of areas. Can he flash another pass across? He does. Quintero didn't seem to be looking for it. Sam can't be faulted. He's gone hard and low almost every time. Only one of them have been put away, the goal to make it 3-0 by Oliveira.
Yeah, the type of ball that continues to be begged to be hit. Anybody in a defense force shirt. It's gone for a corner on this occasion. Which Sadu will take on the far side. 4 in the box, 1 just on top the D.
Justin Garcia was rising at the near post to win the header. Before Quintero retrieves but concedes a throw-in to be taken by the man who's just entered play for Real Westfort United, Hailey Farrell. Last weekend sporting an afro. Today he's gotten his hair did. And is ready to influence this game as a substitute off the bench for Real Westfort United. Kishon Hackshaw goes all the way back to Bigot. Well played. Garcia now to Gonzalez. Garcia gets it back. Now is Sadu back to Garcia. Looking ahead for the run of Quintero. He's onside. Punlus thinks about coming. Quintero with a good take and just hesitates. He had Sam in support. He had the goal at his mercy. In the end, he chooses neither. And the defense force will await that 4th item that could see them go to the top of the standings in this Ascension tournament. Jovan.
Yeah, Quintero just didn't seem to have it totally under control on that occasion. Scorer, of course, of a brilliant goal or so about 2 weeks ago from distance. Defense force managing the ball, preparing it well.
Spoke too soon, it seems, as Coriat gives this one away. This is a good ball inward. Real Westfort United just can't get a grip on it before it's cleared. And the player retrieving there offside. Isaiah Primus for Real Westfort United. The defense force, meantime, prepared 2 substitutes. You'll see the introduction of Hashim Asia. He'll replace Justin Sadu. Also entering play will be Bertrand. That's Shaquille Bertrand, and he replaces Kevon Goddard.
This is another run here. Final ball. Again, not up to scratch for Defense Force. That time, Quintero with space and time, unable to find his strike partner on that moment. In that moment, Brent Sam.
So we're moving up to the end of this one. Real Westport United running out of steam along that far side. There is Kiel. And I was about to make the point that the ploy to use fresher, younger legs certainly hasn't worked for them today, Real Westport. And on that time, Kiel just offers an opening for that observation. He remains writhing in pain on that far side.
Westport will play on. Oblivious to
Farrell.
his-
That time steaming forward, but he can't get a cross in. It's one of the first actions I can recall Bigot having in this second period. As we saw Brent Sam there looking for his goal. He's worked really hard this afternoon. Perhaps even a player of the match performance. Trying to get onto the score sheets, unable that time as he straight offside.
Yeah, he's tried and tried again to break down this Westport defense on the left side. Unable to get it on that occasion. As we come upon 3 minutes of time added on. Ball from Cornel Thomas is repelled. It's back up with Sam. Gives it to Quintero. Leaves it. It's a good save by Poon Lewis. Off Arcia. Ball looked to be creeping into that post. Terror again. Ball through. It's a great save there, Rivaldo. And again, cleared. Keyshawn Hackshaw, the player with that opportunity on that occasion. Another ball comes in. Arcia is looking for that pass. It's sent back out by the Westport defense. Sam is offside. Poon Lewis still did his best to punch that ball out. He's had a tough evening. The Westport keeper. May get tougher still as we enter the final minute of time added on. Ball from Gonzalez. Coriat. Just overcooked there for Felix. So Defence Force just seeing out this match. This point has to be 3 points for them. They still need one more goal to overtake leaders Loughborough Rangers, and it's almost there for Sam. Cleared by Cornel Thomas. This should be the last action of this match. Ooh, and it's into the side netting. Not to be for Quintero, not to be for Defence Force, but 3-0, a very comfortable victory for them against Westford here at the Arima Velodrome. They've done their duty. Their primary responsibility was to win this match. They got started very early this afternoon into evening against Real Westford. Still looking unsatisfied. Hashim Asiya in your picture coming off the pitch. 3-0 to Defence Force. They beat Real Westford to keep pace with the leaders. Started well for Defence Force. 1 touch, 2 touch, and goal for Jamil Boatswain. Sadu looking for the pass, but Boatswain finding the twine over Poon Lewis, an expert finish, signaling his support in the crowd. This is a great run here from that man. Wasn't able to get the final product. Darius Oliveira. It's a foul by Sadu. Brent Sam to Felix. And then Boatswain, the simple task, another 2-touch finish. Thigh. And then poking it past Poon Lewis. Gambled that right post. Only was able to concede a second. Brent Sam was pressing and pushing and prodding for his goal in this match. Couldn't find the goal. Sadu on that occasion stopped by Poon Lewis, and the danger cleared wonderfully. It's great interplay between Boatswain and Poon Lewis. And sorry, Sadu, before Poon Lewis factored in getting that ball away from his goal. Another great run by Oliveira. Looked to pick out Boatswain for the hat-trick goal. He had much more time than probably was communicated. Went for the volley. Curses stars on that occasion. Sam again against Burke. Finding Oliveira on this occasion. Looking up, getting 2 looks and giving it straight over to the other side. That right winger, Oliveira, steaming in to roof it. Make it 3-0. And then Sue, the celebration for him. Defence Force led 3-0 at that point. Sam again, one of those half shot, half passes to the far post. Quintero leaving it for Asiya. Good save down low by Poon Lewis. Nothing more for Defence Force as they went 3-0 winners in this match. Standing by pitch side for the interviews, we have Jassi Marik.
So the Defence Force coming away winners over Real Westford United. We're here with Real Westford assistant coach Gordon Pear. Gordon, a really obvious and deliberate ploy to try to match the Defence Force for fitness for as long as possible. It worked in the first half, holding them to a 1-0 scoreline at halftime. Where did things sort of unravel for your team tonight?
Well, I want to commend my boys. They did some defensive work. You would have seen that they held their structure for longer than they have been doing for a number of games. What happened? We just were beaten in terms of quality and in terms of fitness. The youngsters are, as we said, we were going with our young team to match up for legs, and that we did for a portion of the game. After that, it began to unravel, and of course, easy goals. You know, soft goals always, you can't coach against soft goals. So the 3 goals, defense force, hats off to them, but we definitely going to be going back to the drawing board, and I think in the second round, we're going to see a fresh team as we refresh our team and look to come stronger and bigger and better in this Ascension tournament.
This defense force team would have been eyeing a certain scoreline tonight to challenge Lockett Rangers at the very top of the standings. Was it expected that they would come all guns blazing in the second half?
Yeah, definitely we expected them to come all guns blazes, but we are not afraid. Our name signifies real West Fort, you know, west of the fort. You know, long in the olden days, the fort symbolized a place of security, a place where if you had to take the city, you had to first get the fort. So the first round didn't go as planned. Of course, we are a new team on the block, and we're definitely going to get it right as we go forward. We have a very experienced coach in the Professor Ron Laffer, and I think together with him and the coaching staff, we're going to get it right and look for us coming in the second rounds and making waves.
Let me just look at the first round in its entirety. Not too bad a start by Real Westport as a new team in to football, the football landscape of Trinidad and Tobago overall. Fading towards the end, how do you plan to show things up or fortify things, if I may use your description, in the second round?
Yeah, definitely. I think you would have seen by the display here today in the first half that we're doing a number of things differently. We're definitely looking towards youth. You know, of course, we had the experience of Karen Ball-Pest Cummins. He's on the wrong side of 30. We also had Cordell Samuel closer to 40 than 30. We also had Sean De Silva, who's going to be coming back. So, and of course, Joshua Belgrave. So it was a number of old legs we tried to experience to be able to match the big boys, the Bamba with the big boys, but it didn't work out. You know, in this league and in sport, it's about youth. So we decided to make that conscious decision that we're going to go young, we're going to refresh our team, we're going to get our fresh vibes in the team as we look to challenge. In the big boys, we'll be back. Real Westford.
Unfortunately, on the losing side this evening, Real Westford, we look forward to seeing you guys again in the second round in a couple of weeks.
You'll definitely see us.
A promise for more and better from the Real Westford team going into the second round of competition in this Ascension tournament. It's been a tough evening for them. They did look much more energetic, just unable to patch together the type of result that they would have wanted, losing 3-0 to Defence Force. Now we'll look forward to hearing from the Defence Force team as they get ready on the sidelines to come to us. Let's go back to Jassy Marik.
Hudson Barber-Charles, the assistant coach of the Defence Force unit. 3-0 winners over Real Westford United tonight. Of course, you came into this match knowing that a win by a certain scoreline would place you at the very top of the Ascension tournament. Compare the two halves rather for us tonight.
All right, I think first half I thought my team was a little flat. I think we played with a low intensity, allowing Westford to really be in it first half. Not taking away nothing from them. I thought they played a beautiful game. I think they looked like they tried to hustle off the ball, which we were doing a marvelous job in the first half. Right, and second half, and after we spoke to them, we tell them that they need to lift the intensity. We need to play a little faster. Right, and I think they went out there and get the job done.
3-0 in the end, just shy of that fourth goal. A little bit of desperation creeping in the end.
I thought we lack a little composure coming down to the end there, because you know we had the opportunities, but a little more composure. As you say, the guys, they looked like they was a little excited, but we will settle for the 3 points.
Still on par with the leaders, Lockett Rangers, moving into the second round. Summarize the first round and I guess give us a look ahead as what we can expect of the Defence Force in the second round.
I think when we started off, you know, we started off lay slow due to the fact that, you know, our preparation time was lay limited in the first rounds. I think as the game goes on, you know, we start to build, and if you really check it, every time that we played, we started to get a couple goals. Because I think in the last few couple games, the goals, like it was hard to come by. But now that we started to put the ball in the goal on a regular basis, I think it did us well for the first rounds. Because you watch the results, we on same points with Rangers, right? But as I said, the goal difference, which is minimal. Second rounds, we trying to make that possible in terms of going forward and retaining our title. As I told the guys on them, for us to retain our title, we have to win every game, and that comes second rounds. That's exactly what we're going to do.
All right, thank you very much, Hudson Charles, defending champions of this Ascension tournament and one of only 2 unbeaten teams remaining after the first round in this year's competition. Stick around, we'll come back with more pitchside interviews after this.
Thank you.
So, Assistant Coach Charles speaking about settling for 3 points, such is the ambition of this Defence Force team. Of course, the reigning Ascension League champions. One of the men responsible for that win tonight, Jamil Boatswain, is standing by on the sidelines. He's had a wonderful game, scored 2 very well taken goals. First, a volley after the chest control, the second showing all the fundamentals, taking off the tie and poking in his second. Big part of this 3-0 victory. Our player of the game, Jamil Boatswain.
Jamil Boatswain, our player of the match, 1 shy of a hat-trick today. The Defence Force also 1 shy of the goal difference needed to overtake Lahokita Rangers. Talk us through your performance tonight.
Well, I'd like to thank my teammates for the support, right? They helped me throughout scoring the goals and everything. And I mean, there's the first round, so second rounds, you take it stride by stride and look to take it from there.
As mentioned, you were 1 shy of a hat-trick. Are you disappointed not to come away with the match ball tonight?
Well, I will consider it, yes, but at least once the team get the 3 points, that is most important. But I guess next game I'll be striving and working hard for the hat-trick once it comes.
Just like that, you're also right up there among the top scorers in this competition. We know you had a stint in the national team. Is that on your radar through this tournament?
Well, yeah. Well, I've been working hard in out of season, in season. So I guess that I'm working hard at putting in the work. So it's only I look forward to do and to work and play for the national team once the opportunity arises.
Certainly, we look forward to seeing you on the national team and your continued excellence in this Ascension tournament of Trinidad and Tobago. Player of the match tonight, the Jamil Boatswain, with a double either side of halftime. First round in this competition, and of course it will be our pleasure to bring you all of the action from 5 p.m. tomorrow at the St. James Barracks. For now though, Jassy Marique, on behalf of Jovan Ravello and the entire team, saying good night.